The Book of Heaven. Volume 23. My Jesus, life of my poor heart, come and support my weakness. I'm still a little kid. I have an extreme need for you to hold me in your arms, to put your words in my mouth, to give me your thoughts, your light, your love, and your very will. And if you don't, I'll be like a capricious child and I won't do anything. If you love so much to make your most holy will known, you will be the first to make the sacrifice. I will come second. So, my love, transform me into you, rid me of my softness. Because it can't go on any longer. And I want to continue to fulfill your eternal will, even at the cost of my life. I continued to surrender to the divine will and felt in a nightmare of suffering. My beloved Jesus, pressing me against him to give me strength. He said to me, my daughter, suffering is like iron beaten by the hammer that, in fact, sparks of light and heats it to the point that it transmutes into fire. Under the blows it receives, the iron loses its hardness and softens in such a way that it can be given the desired shape. Such is the soul under the blows of suffering. It loses its hardness, launches sparks of light, turns into my love and becomes fire. And I, the divine craftsman, seeing that this soul has become flexible, give it the form I want. Oh! What a delight to be able to make it beautiful! I am a jealous craftsman. I boast of what no one can or knows how to give to my statues and vases, these shapes and beauty, and even more so the smallest details. And I convert into truths all the lights that sparkle. Thus, with each blow I bring to the soul, I prepare a truth to manifest to it. For each blow is a spark that the soul brings out of itself. And I don't lose the sparks like the blacksmith who beats the iron. For I use these sparks by clothing them in the light of astonishing truths, so that they serve as beautiful clothes to the soul and administer to him the nourishment of divine life. After which I followed my sweet Jesus. But he was so distressed and suffering that I was moved with pity. And I said to him, tell me, my love, what's wrong? Why do you suffer so much? Jesus added, my daughter, I suffer from the great pain of my will. My humanity suffered, she had her cross. But the life of my humanity was brief on earth. On the contrary, the life of my will is long among creatures. It has already been going on for 6,000 years and will continue to do so. And do you know what his continual cross is? The human will. Every act of the human will opposed to the divine will. Every act of my will that the soul does not receive, is a cross that is formed for my eternal will. His crosses are therefore innumerable. If you look at all of creation, you will see it filled with crosses formed by the human will. Look at the sun. My divine will brings sunlight to creatures. They take this light without recognizing who brings them this light. My will receives as many crosses in the sun as creatures who do not recognize my will in its light. And while enjoying this light, creatures use it to offend the divine will that illuminates them. Oh! How difficult and painful it is to do good and not be recognized. The wind is filled with crosses. Each of his breaths is a benefit that he brings to creatures. They take and love this good, but they do not recognize the one who caresses them in the wind, refreshes them and purifies the air for them. And so my will feels nails of ingratitude sinking and crosses forming with each breath of the wind. Water, sea, and land are full of crosses formed by the human will. Who uses water, sea, and land? Everybody. And yet, my will, who keeps all things and which is the life of all created things, is not recognized and remains isolated in these created things, to receive only the crosses of human ingratitude. The crosses of my will are therefore innumerable and more painful than the cross of my humanity. In addition, the cross of my humanity did not lack good souls, which included the pain, torture, suffering and even death she made me endure. To sympathize with me and make reparation for what I suffered during my mortal life. The crosses of my divine Fiat are on the contrary crosses that are not known. Therefore, they are without sympathy or reparation. Thus, the suffering felt by my divine will in all creation is such that it is sometimes the earth that bursts with pain, sometimes the sea and sometimes the wind. In its pain, my divine will is discharged by scourges of destruction. It is the extreme pain of the divine will that, unable to go further, hits those who do not recognize it. That's why I call you very often to go through all the creation, to make you known all that my will does in it, the sufferings and crosses she receives from creatures, so that you recognize my will in everything created, that you love him, that you love it, and that you thank her, and may you be his first repairer and the comforter of such a holy will. For only he who lives in my will can penetrate into his acts and can know his sufferings and, with his very power, be made the defender and the comforter of my will, who, for so many centuries, lives isolated and crucified in the midst of the human family. And while Jesus was saying this, I was looking at creation and seeing it so full of crosses that it was impossible to count them. While the divine will took out its deeds on its own to give to creatures, the human will took out its crosses to crucify these divine acts. What suffering! What suffering! My beloved Jesus added. My daughter, my eternal Fiat has had an incessant act towards creatures since it made the whole creation. But as the creatures did not have in them the reign of my will, these acts have not been received and have therefore remained suspended through all creation in my divine will itself. When I came to earth, my first concern was to take back in me the incessant act of my eternal Fiat, who remained suspended in himself, because he could not take his place in the creature. My humanity, united to the Word, had to first give a place to this incessant act and make repairs to him. Such was my unknown passion, which was longer and more painful. And then I undertook the redemption. The first act in the creature is the will. All other acts, good or bad, come in second place. Therefore, I needed to put all the acts of my divine will safe in myself, descend into the baseness of human acts in order to unite the human will and the divine will, so that my will, seeing his actions secured, may make peace with the creatures. I now invite you to take up in yourself those acts rejected by my creatures. For my will continues its unceasing act, and she finds no one who receives it, who wants it, or who knows him. Therefore, be attentive to work and suffer with me for the triumph of the kingdom of my divine will. I went through all of creation asking for the kingdom of the supreme Fiat in everything created. My beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, all created things are fixed in God. When you ask for the kingdom of my divine will in each of them, the created things move in God and ask for my kingdom. Each of them forms a wave of supplications, an incessant movement that asks for what you want. Created things are nothing but acts out of my divine will, which gives an office to each of them. By asking for my kingdom in everything created, you set in motion around the divine being all the offices of the acts of my supreme will. And you ask for the kingdom of our will, to our goodness, to our power, to our justice, to our love, to our mercy, and to our wisdom. And this is because each thing created contains one of our qualities, and we feel one after the other the waves. Our goodness, of our power, of our justice, of our love, of our mercy, and of our wisdom, who, in a divine way, plead, pray, and implore the kingdom of the divine Fiat among the creatures. And we, seeing ourselves so prayed by our divine will, ask, who is the one who sets in motion such a great will with all its innumerable deeds to ask us to grant our kingdom to creatures? And our actions answer us. She is the little girl of the eternal will. It is our daughter to all who, with so much love, moves our actions to ask what we all want. And, in the excess of our love, we say. Ah! She is the little girl of our will. Let her do it. It was to her that it was given to penetrate everywhere. Give it free rein, for it will not do and ask for anything other than what we want. I thought after that about everything my beloved Jesus had told me about his divine will, as if I wanted more certain evidence that it was Jesus who was speaking to me. And Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, there is no other proof that is more certain and sure, and that can do more good to yourself as to others, than to have manifested so many truths to you. The truth is more than a miracle. She brings with her the permanent divine life. She carries the truth with her life where she goes, and in the one who listens to her, to give herself to whoever wants it. Consequently, my truths are eternal lights that cannot be extinguished. And the truth is a life that never ends. What good can my truths produce? They can form the saints. They can convert souls, they can drive out darkness and they have the virtue of renewing the world. I therefore perform a greater miracle when I manifest only one of my truths. That when I give other evidence to show that it is I who go to the soul. Or when I accomplish other miraculous things. Because these things are only the shadow of my power, a passing light. And since it is temporary, it does not bring miraculous virtue to all. But it is limited to the individual who received the miracle. And often the one who has received the miracle does not even become holy. In contrast, truth contains life. And as a life, it brings its virtue to whoever wants it. Be sure, my daughter, that if in coming into the world I had not spoken so many truths in the gospel, even having performed miracles, the redemption would have been stopped, without development. Because the creatures would have found nothing, neither teachings, nor light of truth, to learn the remedies in order to find the way that leads to heaven. It would have been the same for you. If I had not told you so many truths, especially about my adorable will, which was the greatest miracle I have performed in those times. Without these truths, what good would have brought this great mission that has been entrusted to you to make known the kingdom of the divine Fiat? But after telling you so many truths about my divine will, it can be known in the world. And lost order, peace, light, and happiness can be restored. All these truths will bring man back into the bosom of his Creator to exchange the first kiss of creation, and to restore the image of the one who created it. If you knew the great good that all the truths I have told you will bring to the creatures, your heart would explode with joy. Nor do you have to fear that the infernal enemy might dare to manifest to you any of these truths about the divine will. For he trembles and flees before his light. And every truth about my will is for him one more hell. And because he did not want to love it or do it, my will has changed for him into torments that will have no end. These simple words, God's will, cause him a burn such that they cause his fury. And he hates this holy will that torments him more than hell. So you can be sure that the will of God and the infernal enemy will never be in agreement, neither together nor close to each other. The light of my will eclipses him and throws him into the abyss of hell. Therefore, I recommend you not to lose a single truth or a simple word about my divine will. Because everything must serve to complete the chain of eternal miracles, to make known the kingdom of my divine will and to give back to the creatures their lost happiness. I was in the nightmare of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus and I thought, I don't know how my beloved Jesus can leave me. Doesn't he see that I can become more capricious without the one who is my life and who alone can infuse life into me to act well? He no longer takes care of anything, no longer watches over me to move me forward or correct me. But just as I was thinking this, my beloved Jesus came out of me and said, My daughter, is that I'm sure that you can no longer come out of the great sea of my divine will. Since I have placed you there and you, with your full agreement, have wanted to enter it. So there are no paths by which you could get out because this sea has no limits. And you can walk in it without ever meeting its shore or its end. That is why I am sure that my little girl cannot get out of the sea of my will. Therefore, I move away into the sea and you lose sight of me. But as the sea where we are is one, Everything you do has a way to reach me. When your actions happen to me, I am sure you are in my sea end. So I don't have to worry about it. Whereas before, I wasn't sure about you. It was therefore necessary. May I watch you? That I push you, and I never leave you. Because I did not see you in the depths of the sea of my divine will. Hence it is not to be feared to be able to get out. What is beautiful in the life of my divine will is that it banishes all hazards and all fears. On the other hand, the one who does not live resigned or who does not do the divine will is always in danger and in fear. And he can find many paths that take him away from the immense sea of the divine Fiat. So that's why I was abandoned in this sea, and I was happy that I couldn't get out of it. My sweet Jesus added. My daughter. My omnipotent Fiat has created many things in creation, placing in each of them a good for the creatures, in order to receive from them the reciprocity of glory for all the things my Fiat gave birth to. Do you know in whom this glory that your Creator was expected was deposited? It's in you, my daughter, because living in my will and possessing it, you contain all the seeds of every glory that every created thing possesses. Consequently, by browsing the creation, you feel within yourself the good that every created thing contains, and you fulfill your office, which is to bring out of you the glory that your Creator awaits with so much love. What harmony! What order! What love! What an enchantment of beauty pass between the soul that lives in my will and all the things created by me. They are so interconnected that they seem inseparable. The soul that lives in my divine will lives in broad daylight, and his deeds, his thoughts, his words are only the reflection of my will. The sun of my will is reflected in the soul more than inside a crystal, and the soul thinks. My sun reflects, and the soul speaks. He thinks about himself, and she works. He thinks about himself, and she loves. Nothing is greater or more beautiful than a soul that lives in the reflections of this Sunday. Her reflections put her in common with the acts of his Creator and in possession of his property themselves. Besides, you should know that my humanity contained all the goods of the redemption and manifested them for the good of the redeemed. My humanity wanted to enclose in her all acts and all goods, children of the kingdom of my divine Fiat. Therefore, when the soul acts in it, I increase the capacity of the soul and I put my actions there. Thus, little by little, as the soul enters my kingdom and produces its acts, I always increase its capacity in order to deposit in the soul all the acts that my humanity possesses and to complete the kingdom of my will in the soul. The earth must first be prepared, purified, before it can live in the divine will. I call you to work with me in my kingdom. I work by preparing the land. It is necessary to purify it, because it is too soiled. There are certain places that no longer deserve to exist. There are too many iniquities. For this reason, this soiled land and its inhabitants must disappear. The kingdom of my divine will is the holiest, the purest, the most beautiful and the most orderly kingdom that must come to earth. It is therefore necessary that the earth be prepared, purified. Therefore, I work to purify it, and if necessary, to destroy places and peoples unworthy of such a holy kingdom. In the meantime you will work to move heaven and earth by your actions performed in my will. The echo that you will echo throughout creation to ask for the kingdom of my Fiat, will be incessant. Your continual actions, and if necessary, your sufferings and even your life will have to implore such a great good end. A kingdom that will bring so much happiness. Also, don't worry about anything but the work you need to do. But with all that Jesus said, I was afraid that he would leave me or go so far in this sea of his blessed will. that no one would know when he would return to his little one, tortured with love. And Jesus was manifesting himself in me, and he said to me, "My poor little girl, we can see that you are a little girl who thinks of nothing but being in her mother's arms. And if it happens that her mother leaves her for a moment, she cries, she is inconsolable, and has eyes only to see her mother and throw herself into her arms. It's you, my poor little one. But you should know that if it is possible that the mom leaves her little child, I will never leave my little girl. It is in my interest not to leave you. I have my will in you, this is where my deeds, my possessions, are. Therefore, having in you what is mine, I have an interest in not leaving you. On the contrary, these very things that are mine call me to you. And I come to enjoy my things, my divine will that reigns in you. You should only fear my departure if I told you. Give me what is mine, give me my will. But your Jesus will never tell you this, then, be at peace." I felt completely abandoned in the supreme Fiat. But in the holiness of such a holy will, I felt imperfect and evil. I thought, how can it be that my beloved Jesus tells me that he makes me live in his divine will, and yet I feel so bad? And Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, there can be no evil or imperfection in my divine will. My divine will has the virtue that purifies and destroys all evils. Its light purifies. His fire destroys even the roots of evil. His holiness sanctifies and embellishes to the point that he must serve the soul to make it happy, and that my will finds all its delights in the soul that lives in it. Nor does my divine will allow creatures to live in them to bring with them imperfections, bitterness. These things would be against his nature. She could never allow them to live in her. What you are talking about are impressions of ugliness, imperfections, evil. My will uses it as a stool, or from the ground that is under her feet and that she does not even look at. She doesn't think that to enjoy his little girl and that to place within it its deeds, its joys, and its riches, to make it happy, so that we can enjoy the happiness of the creature. My will gives what it has. She does not admit in her the smallest things that do not relate to her. That is why anyone who wants to live in it must enter it stripped of everything. For the first thing my will wants is clothe the soul with light. Embellish him with his divine clothes and place on his forehead the kiss of eternal peace, happiness, and firmness. Of what is human cannot live or find a place in it. The soul itself feels disgust towards anything that does not relate to my will. She would sacrifice her life rather than participate in what is not about the holiness of my will. I continued my abandonment in the divine Fiat, and my sweet Jesus played, my daughter, from the beginning of creation. My divine will was given to be the life of creatures. I took the obligation to maintain this whole life, beautiful and in full vigor in the creature, administering to each of his acts a divine act, an act at the height of his holiness, his light, his power, and his beauty. My will put itself in the act to wait for the creature to return to him what belongs to him, in order to make the creature a prodigy of divine life, worthy of its wisdom and power. To understand it, let it be enough to say that my divine will was to form his life in every creature, and that she put in her work all the care and all the infinite qualities that she possessed. How beautiful these divine lives would have been in creatures! Looking at them, we had to find our reflection, our image, the echo of our happiness. What a joy, what a celebration it would have been for us and for the creatures! Now, you must know that whoever does not do my divine will and does not live in it, wants to destroy in himself this divine life that he was supposed to possess. Destroying one's own life, what a crime! Who would not condemn the one who wants to destroy the own life of his body? Or the one who would not want to eat and would make himself famous, sick, and unable to do anything? Now, he who does not do my will destroys his own life that divine goodness wants to give him. And whoever does my will, but not always, and does not live in it, since it lacks continuous and sufficient food, is but a poor sick man without strength, emaciated and incapable of doing true good. And if he can seem to do something, it is lifeless, puny. For only my will can give life. What a crime, my daughter, what a crime, and who deserves no mercy. My kind Jesus seemed tired and restless. The pain of so many lives destroyed in the creatures was so strong. I myself felt suffering and I said to Jesus, "My love, tell me what's wrong. You suffer so much. The destruction of the divine lives of your adorable will is your greatest suffering. So I beg you to bring his kingdom so that this suffering may turn into joy and may creation give you nothing but rest and happiness." And seeing that what I was saying could not calm him down, I called for my help all the acts of his will performed in creation, and adding mine, I surrounded Jesus with these acts. An immense light surrounded Jesus. She eclipsed the evils of the creatures and he rested. Then he added, "My daughter, only my will can give me rest. If you want to calm me down when you see me agitated, lend yourself to the development of the life of my will in you, and by taking his deeds, I will see in you his light, his holiness, and his infinite joys that will give me rest. And I will stop for a moment to chastise these creatures, so undeserving of these divine lives that they destroy them in themselves, and who deserve that I destroy all their natural possessions and their very lives. Don't you see that? The sea goes beyond its shores to take these lives and drag them into its bosom. The wind, the earth, almost all the elements rise to take away the creatures and destroy them. These are the acts of my will spread in creation for the sake of creatures and, as they are not received with love, they become righteous." I was terrified at the sight. And I prayed for, "May my most good Jesus calm down and may the kingdom of the divine Fiat soon come." I was doing my round in creation, to follow all the acts of the divine will that are in it. Arrived at the Garden of Eden where God created the first man, Adam, to unite with him in this unity of will that he possessed with God and in which he performed his first acts in his first epoch of creation. I thought to myself, who knows what holiness possessed Adam, my first father, what value his first deeds had in the kingdom of the divine Fiat? How can I implore such a holy kingdom to come to earth again, since I am alone in seeking such a great good? But as I thought that, my ever-kind Jesus came out of me and sent me rays of light. This light changed into words, and he said to me, "My daughter, the firstborn daughter of my will, since you are his daughter, I want to reveal to you the holiness of the one who possesses the kingdom of my divine Fiat. At the beginning of creation, this kingdom had his life, his perfect reign and its complete triumph. He is therefore not totally alien to the human family. And since he is no stranger to her, there is hope that he will return among her to rule and dominate. Now, you must know that Adam possessed this holiness when he was created by God. And his deeds, even the smallest ones, were of such value that no saint, neither before nor after my coming to earth, can compare to his holiness. And not all the acts of all the saints have the value of a single act of Adam. For he possessed in my divine will the fullness of holiness, the totality of all divine goods. And do you know what it means to have fullness? This means being filled to the edge, to the point of overflowing. Light, holiness, love and of all divine qualities, to the point of filling heaven and earth, over which he reigned, he, Adam, and where his kingdom extended, so that each of his acts performed in this fullness of divine goods had such value that no other property, whatever the sacrifices and sufferings of a creature who does good, but without possessing the kingdom of my will and his absolute reign, no other good can compare to any of these goods in his kingdom. Therefore, the glory, the love that Adam gave me when he lived in the kingdom of my divine will, no one gave it to me. For he gave me the fullness and totality of all goods in his deeds. And it is only in my will that these acts are found. Apart from it, they do not exist. Thus, Adam possessed his riches, his deeds of infinite value that my eternal will communicated to him in the presence of the divinity. For God, in creating him, had left no void in him, and everything was only divine fullness, insofar as a creature can contain it. That is why, by falling into sin, his deeds were not destroyed, nor its riches, nor that glory and perfect love that he had given to his Creator. And by virtue of his deeds and action in my divine Fiat, Adam deserved redemption. No, it was not possible for him who had possessed the kingdom of my will, even for a little time, to remain without redemption. Whoever owns this kingdom enters with God in bonds and rights such as that God himself feels the strength of his own chains, which binds him, prevent it from detaching itself from this creature. The adorable Majesty found himself vis-a-vis Adam in the condition of a father having a son who was the cause many conquests, great wealth and of incalculable glory. There is nothing that is to the Father and where the acts of his Son are not found. The glory and love of his Son resounds everywhere. But this Son, for his misfortune, fell into poverty. Can the Father ever have no compassion for this Son? If he feels the love, glory, and riches with which his Son had surrounded him, everywhere and on all sides? My daughter, living in the kingdom of our will, Adam had penetrated into our limits, which are infinite, and he had placed everywhere his glory and love for his Creator. And as a son, he brought us with his deeds our riches, our joys, our glory and our love. His echo echoed throughout our being, as did ours in his. Now, the seer fallen into poverty, how could our love bear not to feel compassion for him? If our divine will itself fought against us and pleaded in favor of the one who had lived in her? Do you see then what it means to live in my divine will, its great importance? In my divine will are found the fullness of all divine goods and the totality of all possible and imaginable acts. It embraces everything of the divine being. The soul that lives in the divine will is found in my will, like the eye in sunlight and which is entirely filled with its light, while the sun is reflecting entirely in the pupil of the eye. Its light is also outside, putting on the person and the whole earth without leaving the inside of the pupil. And while his light remains in the eye, she would like to bring the pupil into the sun, to go with it around the earth and make him do what the light does, and receive the acts of the ward as proof of her love. The soul that lives in my will is an image of this. My will fills it with such fullness that it leaves no void in the soul. As the soul is not capable of possessing the whole of the divine immensity, my will fills it as much as the creature can contain. And without separating, my will remains outside the soul, bringing the pupil of the will of the soul into the infinity of its light, to make him do what my divine will does, in order to receive the exchange of his deeds and his love. Oh! The power of my divine Fiat operating in the creature, who agrees to be clothed with his light and do not reject his reign and his kingdom. And if Adam deserved compassion, it's because the first time of his life was spent in the kingdom of the divine will. If the heavenly sovereign lady was able to obtain, although she was alone, the coming of the Word on earth, it was because she had given all freedom to the kingdom of the divine Fiat in her. If my very humanity was able to form the kingdom of redemption, it is because it possessed the integrity and immensity of the kingdom of the eternal will. For wherever my will extends, she embraces everything. She is capable of everything, and there is no power against it that can restrict it. Thus, a single soul that possesses the kingdom of my will has more value than anything or anyone. She can deserve and implore what all others together cannot, nor deserve, nor get. For all the others together, as good as they can be, but without the life of my will in them, are always only small flames, small plants, small flowers, which, at most, serve as ornaments to the earth and are prone to extinction and drying out. And divine goodness cannot entrust them with major tasks, nor concede to them the wonders that will do good to the whole world. On the other hand, those who live in my will are more than the sun. just like the sun. Reigns over everything by its light. Dominates over plants. Gives each one life, color, fragrance, and sweetness. Imposes himself by his implicit domination over all things to procure for them his effects and the goods he possesses. No other planet does the earth as much good as the sun. Thus, in all creatures who live in my will, there is more than a sun. And with the light they possess, they humiliate themselves. Then rise quickly and penetrate everywhere into God and into His deeds. With the divine will they possess, they dominate. On God Himself. On creatures. They are able to turn everything around. To offer everyone the life of the light they possess. These souls carry their Creator and move the light forward in order to implore, obtain, and give what they want. Oh! If the creatures were aware of this good, they would compete with each other. And all passions would turn into passions of light. To live forever only in this divine Fiat that sanctifies everything, gives everything, and dominates over everything. My poor spirit continued to get lost in the divine will. I was amazed by the sublimity, the fullness, and the totality of the acts performed in her. My beloved Jesus, manifesting Himself in me, added, "My daughter, stop marveling at you. To live in my divine Fiat and to act in it is to transfuse the Creator into the creature. And between the action of the divine and that of the creature alone, there is an infinite distance. The creature lends itself to its God as a material to let Him operate great things. Just like the material of light lent itself to the divine Fiat in creation, to enable it to train the sun, the sky, the stars and the sea, which are all materials, in which the supreme Fiat sounded, to make all creation. We see the prodigy in the sun, the sky, the sea, and the earth that were invigorated and animated by the Fiat. Eternal and enchanting spectacle of what my will knows and can do. It is of the soul as accidents of the host, which lends itself, albeit material, to allow it to be animated by my sacramental life, provided that the priest pronounces the very words used by me in the institution of the most blessed sacrament. These words were animated by my Fiat and contained the creative power. Therefore, the material of the host undergoes the transubstantiation of the divine life. Many words can be said on the host. But if these are not the few words established by the Fiat, my life dwells in heaven and the host remains the vile material of which it is composed. The same goes for the soul. She can do, say, suffer anything she wants. But if it does not flow into my divine Fiat, they are always finished and vile things. But for anyone who lives in my divine Fiat, his words, his works, his suffering, are like veils that hide the Creator. And these sails are useful to the one who created heaven and earth. He makes them worthy of Him, and He places His holiness, His creative power, His infinite love. Thus, whatever the greatness of the things accomplished, no one can compare himself to the creature in whom my divine will lives, reigns, and dominates. Even among creatures, according to the material they have in their hands to carry out their work, what they own and earn changes in value. Suppose one has iron. How much he will have to work, sweat and overcome difficulties to soften this iron and print it the shape of the container he wants to give it. And the resulting gain is so small that it barely allows it to survive. On the other hand, another has gold or precious stones. Oh! How much less work, but he earns millions. Thus, it is not work that brings great gains, exuberant wealth, but the value of the material you own. One works little and earns a lot, because the material he owns has great value. The other works a lot, but as his equipment is vile and of little price, he always remains poor, in rags, and half dead of hunger. This is what happens to the one who possesses my divine will. He possesses life, creative virtue. His smallest acts conceal a divine and infinite value. No one, therefore, can match his wealth. On the other hand, he who does not have my will has his own life. He is lifeless and only works the material of his own will. As a result, it remains always poor and in rags before God, and deprived of this food which forms in him the Fiat voluntas sicut in Siloet in terra. I continued my actions in the divine Fiat. My sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, the one who operates in my will, works in my divine properties and forms his deeds in my infinite possessions of light, holiness, love, and endless happiness, which transform his acts into so many sons, products of my own qualities, who have lent themselves to the act of the soul for its ornament, so that his actions are worthy of his Creator and may remain, as eternal acts of God himself, who love and glorify God with his own divine acts." Thus, Adam, before sin, formed in his Creator as many sons as acts performed. Now, he who lives and operates in my will finds these sons formed by him. As a result, your obligation to follow the first acts of creation, to take your workstation to the last son, or the last act performed by Adam when he possessed the unity of will with his Creator, must make up for what he has not continued to do. Because he came out of my divine properties, and because his actions were no longer sons, because he no longer had in his power my divine qualities, which lent themselves to him to allow him to form the sons, his actions were reduced to forming at most small flames. For as good as they were, because the human will without my will does not have the virtue of being able to form sons, he lacked the raw material. It's like you want to form a gold object without having gold in your possession. And no matter how good you are, it would be impossible for you. Only my will has enough light to form the sons for the creature. And it gives that light to those who live in it, in their property, and no to those who live outside of it. So you must make up for all creatures who have not possessed unity with my will. Your work is big and long. You have a lot to do within my infinite limits. Also, be faithful and attentive. So I continued my actions in his adorable will. I was going through all of creation. My infinitely good Jesus added, "My daughter, just as my divine will extends to all creation, I want to find you, united with her, spread in all created things. You will be the heart of the earth. For the continual palpitations of your heart in it attest to the love of all its inhabitants towards me. You will be the mouth of the sea that will make me hear your voice in its highest waves and his continual whisper. Who praises me, adores me, and thanks me. And in the fish that split the waves, you send me your pure and affectionate kisses, for you and for those who travel on the seas. Thou shalt be the arms of the sun and extending you and spreading yourself in his light. I will feel everywhere your arms hugging me and hugging me very hard to tell me that you seek only me, that you only want and love me. You will be the feet of the wind that runs behind me and make me hear the sweet sound of your footsteps. Who keeps running even if you don't find me. I will not be satisfied unless find my little girl in all the things I created out of love for her. I ask all of creation. Is the little girl of my will here? Because I want to rejoice and have fun with her? And if I don't find you, I lose my joy and sweet fun. After which I followed my beloved Jesus in his acts of redemption. I was trying to follow him. Word after word. Act after act. Step by step. I wanted nothing to escape me in order to hurry to ask him in the name of all his actions, her tears, his prayers and his suffering, the kingdom of his divine will among creatures. My beloved Jesus said to me, "My daughter, when I was on earth, my divine will that reigned in me by nature, this same divine will existing and reigning in all created things, made them kiss at every encounter they looked forward to. And the things created competed with each other for Meet me and pay me the tributes that were due to me. The earth, feeling my footsteps, greened and bloomed under my footsteps, to pay tribute to me. She wanted to get out of her womb all the beauties she possessed, the enchantment of the most magnificent flowers at my passage. So much so that often I had to order them not to give me these demonstrations, and to pay tribute to me. The earth obeyed me, just as it honored me by blooming. The sun always tried to meet me to pay me the tributes of his light, bringing out of his bosom all the variety of his colors, to grant me the honors I deserved. All beings and things tried to meet me to celebrate me. The wind, the water, and up to the little bird to honor me. Its trills, his tweets and of his songs. All the things created recognized me and competed with each other for who could celebrate me better. He who possesses my divine will has the vision, which allows him to know what belongs to my very will. Only the man did not know me, for he did not possess the sight and the delicate sense of smell. I had to tell him so that he would know me. And with everything I said, many even didn't believe me. For who does not possess my divine will is blind and deaf, without smell to recognize what belongs to my will. Not possessing it is the creature's greatest misfortune. She is then the poor idiot, blind, deaf and dumb who, not possessing the light of the divine Fiat, uses these same created things, but taking only the excrement they eject and leaving the true good they contain. What a pain to see creatures without the nobility of life in my divine will. My poor spirit continues to follow Jesus' deeds out of love for us. Returning to his conception, I offered all my deeds in the divine will, with my whole being, in honor of his conception. At that moment, a light came out of me, to go and settle in the midst of the Queen Immaculate, in the act by which she conceived. My ever-kind Jesus then said to me, "My daughter, my divine will is multiple in her actions, but she loses none. The unity it possesses and its incessant act maintain unity in its actions, as if they were one, while they are innumerable. And it always preserves in them the incessant act, without ever stopping. By doing so to keep it always new, fresh, and beautiful, and ready to give it to whoever wants it. But in giving it, my divine will does not detach it from my will. For my will is light. The virtue of light is to give oneself, to spread, to enlarge as much as it wants, but without separating. For it possesses the virtue of light which is inseparable by nature. You see that even the sun has this virtue. Imagine a room with closed shutters. The light is not in the room. But if you open the shutters, the light fills your room. Is the light detached from the sun? No, no. The light is prolonged and enlarged, without a single drop detaching from its source. Although the light is not separate in itself, you have possessed the good of this light as if it belonged to you. My divine will is more than the sun. She gives herself to everyone, but does not lose an ounce of her actions. However, my Fiat contains my conception always in action. You have seen how the light of the actions of my Fiat performed in you, extended to the bosom of the Heavenly Sovereign Lady. That your Jesus, the Most High, may be conceived in her. It is the unity of his actions that, by centralizing them all at one point, trains his wonders in my very life. That's why I remain designed in the acts of my divine will, in those of the Queen Mother and in your deeds performed in my will. This is how I am designed continuously, in all the acts of those who will possess the kingdom of my will. For all who possess this kingdom receive the fullness of the goods of my life. They alone, by the acts performed in my will, participate to my conception and to the development of my whole life. Therefore, it is right that they receive all the goods it contains. On the other hand, those who do not possess my will receive only the crumbs of the goods that I bring to earth with so much love. These creatures therefore appear famished, unstable, fickle, eyes and hearts turn to transient things. For not having in them the source of light of my eternal will, they do not feed on my life. Should we be surprised then? That they have a pale complexion. That they die of attaining the true good, and that if they do a little good, it is always with difficulty and without light, and that they become deformed to the point of inspiring pity? After that, I was oppressed and felt the full weight of my hard and long exile. I was complaining to my adorable Jesus. That to the harsh martyrdom of his privations, he added the distance from my heavenly homeland. I told him, "How can you have compassion for me? How can you leave me alone, at the mercy of your kind will? How can you leave me so long in this land of exile?" But as I poured out my sorrow, Jesus, my whole, my life, manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, the earth is an exile for those who do not do my will and do not live in it. But for those who live in it, the earth cannot be called an exile, but a step of distance. When it is crossed and thinks about it the least, the soul will find itself in the heavenly homeland. Not as someone who has just returned from exile and knows nothing of this fatherland, but as the one who already knew that this homeland was hers. Who knew the beauties, magnificence, and happiness of the eternal city. My will would not bear to see that the one who lives in it is in the condition of exile. For this to be, my will would have to change nature, the diet, between he who lives in my will in heaven and the one who lives on earth. What my will cannot and will not do. Is it exile for the one who leaves his house to get away from it one step? Certainly not. Or, can we speak of exile for one who goes to a region of his own homeland? Exile, my daughter, means a circumference of space from which it is impossible to get out. Deprivation of property. Forced labor without the possibility of being exempted from it. My divine will does not know how to do these things. And that, you see, you experience it. Your soul does not have a circumference of place or space. It can be transported everywhere, in the sun, in the sky. You have sometimes made your little escapes as high as the celestial regions. And how many times have you not immersed yourself in the infinite light of your Creator? Where don't you have the freedom to go? In the sea, in the air, everywhere. My will itself is delighted, it pushes you there and makes you want to go everywhere. She would be unhappy to see the one who lives in her blocked and without freedom. My divine will, instead of stripping the soul, the height of his property, makes her mistress of herself. Converts passions into virtue, weaknesses into divine forces. The divine will brings joys and happiness without number. It gives by grace what it is by nature, eternal firmness and immutability. Exile is for the one who is tyrannized by his passions, without power over itself, unable to come and go in his God. And if he thinks he is doing some good, that good is mixed and surrounded by darkness. The virtues of the poor exile are forced, fickle. He is a slave to his own miseries and this makes him unhappy. It is quite the opposite for the one who lives in my divine will. I myself would not have tolerated keeping you alive for so long if you were in exile. Your Jesus loves you too much. How could I have endured keeping you in exile? And if I tolerate it, it is because I know that my will does not maintain his little daughter in exile. But in her possessions, in her light, free and mistress of herself, for the sole purpose of forming in you her kingdom and that you may implore him for the good of the human family. And you must be happy about it, knowing that all the desires, aspirations, and sighs of your Jesus are for the kingdom of my will on earth, my complete glory. The coming of the Fiat voluntas killed on earth as in heaven. After a few days of deprivation of my sweet Jesus, I felt bitterness to the marrow of my bones. I couldn't go on. Exhausted, I wanted to stop to regain my strength. I started by abandoning myself in the supreme will, then in myself to be at least able to sleep. But in doing this, my poor mind was no longer inside me, but outside of me. I felt two arms holding me tightly and carrying me high, very high in the vault of the sky, but I didn't know who it was. I was afraid, and a voice said to me, "Don't be afraid, but look up." I looked and saw heaven open and my long-desired Jesus descending to me. We rushed to each other. He hugged me and I hugged him into mine. In my pain, I said to him, "Jesus, my love, as you made me wait. You push me to the limit. It is clear that your love for me no longer has the ardor of yesteryear." As I said this, Jesus had an expression of sadness, as if he did not want to hear my complaints, and at the same time, from the height where we were, I saw a heavy rain coming down and several areas were flooded. The seas and rivers joined these waters and flooded villages and populations, carrying them into their midst. What terror! And Jesus, very distressed, said to me, "My daughter, just as you see these waters coming down from the sky in torrents to flood and carry with force into the tomb entire cities, my divine will, better than waters, creates its floods, not in a time or in certain places, but always and throughout the earth, and it pours out its strong and high floods on every creature. But who lets himself be flooded by the floods of light, grace, love, holiness, and happiness that he possesses? No one. What ingratitude to receive benefits in torrents and not to take them. To let them pass. Maybe to swim there only, but without being flooded and overwhelmed by the goods of my divine will. What a pain! And I look from the whole earth to see who will accept the floods of my divine will, and I find only the little girl of my will who receives these floods, lets herself be overwhelmed and transported by her wherever I want, remaining within her in the heart of her highest waves. There is no more beautiful show, no more moving scene, than to see the smallness of the creature become the prey of these waves. We see it, sometimes carried away by the waves of light and as if immersed in them, sometimes drowned by love and sometimes embellished and clothed with holiness. What a delight to see her like this! And I then descend from heaven to admire the delightful scenes of your smallness carried away by the arms of my will in the floods of my eternal will. And you say that my love for you has diminished? You're wrong. You know that your Jesus is faithful in love, and when he sees you in the arms of my will, he loves you even more. That said, it disappeared, and I remained abandoned in the waves of the divine Fiat. Back, my kind Jesus added. My daughter, my will possesses unity. He who lives in her lives in this unity. And do you know what unity means? It means one. This one, which can embrace everything and every person. Can give everything because it contains everything. My divine will possesses the unity of love and all loves united together. It possesses the unity of holiness and contains all holiness. It possesses the unity of beauty and contains within itself all that is possible and imaginable in beauty. In short, my will contains unity, light, power, kindness and wisdom. True and perfect unity, being one, must possess everything. And that's all. A whole of equal strength. An immense and infinite whole, eternal, without beginning or end. That is why whoever lives in this unity lives in the immense and very high waves it possesses, so that the soul feels domination of this unity of strength, light, holiness, love, etc. Thus, in this force one, everything is light for the soul. Everything is changed into holiness, love, power, and everything brings him the knowledge of the wisdom of this unity. That is why life in my will is the greatest miracle and the perfect development of divine life in the creature. The word unity means everything, and the soul takes everything while living in it. After which I continued my round in the deeds of the divine Fiat. Arriving in the seas of my heavenly mother, whom she had made in unity with the divine Fiat, I thought, my sovereign mother had no interest in imploring the kingdom of the divine will, for she had obtained it in the unity where she lived. As she obtained the kingdom of redemption, she would have obtained the kingdom of the divine will. My sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, It seems that our Queen Mother's interest was in the kingdom of redemption. This is not true. That was how it was in appearance. Internally everything was for the kingdom of my divine will. Because she who knew all the value and glory in the eyes of his Creator, as well as all of his possessions for creatures, could ask for nothing less than the kingdom of the eternal Fiat. But by obtaining redemption, it laid the foundations of the kingdom of my will. It can be said that she prepared the materials. It is necessary that the small things be done to get bigger ones. It was therefore necessary that it first forms the field of redemption, before building the building of the kingdom of the divine Fiat. If a kingdom is not formed, how can a king say that he owns his kingdom and reigns there? Moreover, the sovereign Lady of Heaven is one and only, in the glory of the heavenly fatherland. For she is the one and only one to have formed her entire life in my will. And a mother loves and desires her children to possess the same glory. In heaven, it cannot communicate the whole glory, the size and sovereignty that she possesses, for she finds no creatures having lived the same continual life in the same divine will. Therefore, she looks forward to the children of the kingdom of the divine will so that she can reflect in them and tell them, I have my children who are equal to me in my glory. I am now more than happy, for my glory is the same as that of my children. A mother's happiness is more that of her children than her own. Much more for the heavenly mother who, in the divine will, more than a mother, conceived, redeemed, and formed the very life of the children of my divine will. I continue what is written above. So I thought, my beloved Jesus says that his glory on behalf of creation and the glory of all blesseds will be complete when the divine will be known on earth and its kingdom formed, and the children of this kingdom will occupy their place in the heavenly homeland, reserved for them alone. And I thought, in heaven, there is the sovereign Queen who had this fullness of life of the divine will, which I believe no one will ever be able to reach. Why then is the glory of God not complete on the part of the creation? There were then many other doubts and thoughts that do not need to be put in writing. I repeat only what Jesus told me. My daughter, you are too small. You measure with your smallness the infinite greatness of my unattainable wisdom. The creature, however holy it may be, like my beloved mother who, well, that she possessed the fullness and totality of all the goods of her Creator, and that the kingdom of my divine will reigned perfectly in her. With all this, could not exhaust all the immensity of all the goods of the divine being. She was filled to the brim. It overflowed to the point of forming seas around it. But as for to restrict in itself and to embrace all that the Supreme Being contains, this was impossible for him. Even my humanity could not in itself contain all the immensity of the creative light. I was completely filled with it, inside and outside of me. But, oh! How many were left outside of me? For the circle of my humanity did not have the necessary greatness capable of enclosing such an infinite light. That is why the powers created, of whatever nature, cannot exhaust the uncreated power, nor embrace or restrict it in themselves. The greatness of the Queen of Heaven and my very humanity were facing their Creator. In the condition where you can find yourself when you expose yourself to the sun's rays, you can to find yourself under the rain of his light, be coated with it and feel all the intensity of its heat. But as for being able to restrict in you all its light and warmth, it would be impossible for you. However, even then, you can't say that life, sunlight and its heat is not in you and around you. Now, you must know that our divine being, our creative will, has its incessant and ever new movement. New in joys, in happiness, new in beauty, new in the work that our wisdom deploys in the formation of souls, new in the holiness it imprints, new in the love she infuses. It possesses this new and continual act. Thus it has the virtue of always doing new things. And if the Queen Mother was created all beautiful, pure, and holy, this does not exclude that we can do other new and beautiful things, worthy of our works. Moreover, in creation, as our Fiat set to work by creating all things, he also manifested all the new acts by which he was to form creatures, the exceptional beauties he had to communicate, and the holiness he was supposed to imprint on those who would have lived in our divine will. And as the divine Fiat had neither his life nor his kingdom in creatures, but only in the sovereign Lady of Heaven, he performs the first prodigy and miracle that stunned both heaven and earth, and he awaits the other creatures who must have his life and possess its other kingdoms to reign there and form by our new act holiness, rare beauties and graces. Oh! How impatiently my divine will awaits this new field of action in order to manifest its new deeds. My divine will is like a craftsman who can make hundreds of thousands of statues, all different from each other. He knows how to print a detail to each beauty, expression and a form of great rarity. It cannot be said that one resembles the other. He is unable to make rehearsals, only ever new and always beautiful statues. But my will does not have the opportunity to manifest his art. What a pain it would be for such a craftsman that this inactivity. This is the case for my divine will. Thus, she awaits her kingdom among creatures to form divine beauties never seen before, an incredible holiness, a novelty never before experienced. It's not enough. For its power that can do everything. For its immensity that embraces everything. For his love which is inexhaustible. Then to have formed from her divine art the great lady, the Queen of heaven and earth. My will also wants to form his succession, in whom my Fiat wants to live and reign to form other works worthy of it. How, then, can our glory be complete in creation, and how can the glory and bliss of the human family be complete in heaven? If our work is not finished in creation, it still remains to form the most beautiful statues, the most important works. The very purpose of creation has not yet been achieved. It is enough that a work lacks a detail, a small flower, a leaf, or a shade of color so that it does not have its full value and that the one who made it does not receive complete glory. Moreover, these are not details that are missing from our creation, but the most important works. Our various divine images of beauty, holiness, and perfect likeness. Our will began creation with such greatness in La beauty, order, harmony and magnificence, both in the formation of the machine of the universe, then in the creation of man. It is only fair for decorum, glory and honor of our work. It is accomplished with even more sumptuousness, diversity and rarity in the beauties, all worthy of the ever-new act of my divine will. Those who live in the kingdom of my divine will remain under the power of a new act of irresistible force. They will feel invested with a new act of holiness, dazzling beauty and a bright light. And while they will possess this act, another new act will occur. Then another, and yet another. Without there ever being a stop. Surprised, they will say to themselves, how great is the beauty, holiness, wealth, strength, and bliss of our Fiat 3 times holy, he who never runs out and always gives us a new holiness, new beauties to beautify us, new forces to strengthen us and a new bliss. So the first one is not similar to the second, nor to the third, nor to all the others he will give us. These wealthy creatures will be the true triumph of the divine Fiat, the most beautiful ornament of all creation, the most dazzling suns which, from their light, cover the void of those who have not lived in his kingdom. Now, my inseparable mother possesses this new and continual act, which was communicated to him by my divine will, because she lived her life in this will. It is the first bright sun formed by my will. L. occupies the first place of queen and makes the happiness of the heavenly court by reflecting on all the blessed its light, its joys and its beauty. But she knows that she has not exhausted the new and incessant acts that my divine will has established for creatures, for my will is inexhaustible. Oh! How many acts it has for them! And she waits for other sons to be formed by this new act of my will with new beauties. And like a true mother, she wants to surround herself with all these sons, so that they reflect on each other and rejoice one another, and may the heavenly court receive not only his reflections, but also those of his sons, glory of the work of creation of his Creator. She is Queen. In her, my will began to form the kingdom of my divine will. And she waits with a lot of love the goods of my will in creatures that resemble him. Supposes that in the vault of heaven, instead of a single sun, other suns would be formed, of a new beauty and light. Wouldn't the vault of heaven be more beautiful? Of course you do. And wouldn't these suns spread their light on each other? Wouldn't the inhabitants of the earth receive the reflections and benefits of these suns? It will be so in heaven. Best of all, whoever possesses the kingdom of the supreme Fiat on earth, will receive the infinite common benefits. For the will that has dominated them is one. In heaven the sovereign empress possesses the totality of the life of my divine will. But as far as creation is concerned, our glory is not complete. Because, first, our will is not known in creatures. Therefore, she is not loved or expected. Secondly, as it is not known, our will cannot give what it has prepared. As a result, it cannot form the many rare works of which it is capable. But the completed work will sing his victory and glory. I felt my poor mind submerged in the divine Fiat, and continuing my actions in him. I saw in front of me a little girl all pale and shy, as if she were afraid to walk in the light of the divine will. My beloved Jesus came out of my interior and, filling his holy hands with light, he put this light in the little girl's mouth, as if he wanted to drown her in the light. He put light in her eyes, ears, heart, hands, and feet. The little girl was clothed in a light that illuminated her, and she stood there, uncomfortable and fearful in that light. Jesus had fun covering her with light and seeing her embarrassment. Turning to me, he said, "My little girl, this little child is the image of your soul, fearful in receiving the light of the knowledge of my divine will. But I will drown you in so much light that you will lose the rest for fear of human will. For in me there are no such weaknesses, but courage and an insurmountable and invincible divine strength. To form the kingdom of my divine Fiat in the soul, I place as a foundation all the knowledge of my Fiat. Then I take possession of it to extend my life even in order to have my kingdom. Take a look. The great difference that exists between the kingdom of the kings of the earth and my kingdom. Kings do not make their own lives available to their subjects. They do not put their lives in them and do not take in themselves the life of their people. Their reign, therefore, must come to an end, for what passes between them is not life, but laws and taxes. And where there is no life, there is no love or true reign. The kingdom of my divine will is on the contrary a kingdom of life. The life of the Creator encloses in the creature, and that of the creature transfused and merged into that of its Creator. Thus, the kingdom of my divine will is of unattainable height and nobility. The soul comes there to become queen. And do you know what she becomes queen of? Queen of holiness, love, beauty, light, goodness, and grace. In short, queen of the divine life and all its qualities. What a noble kingdom, and so full of life that this kingdom of my will. Do you now understand the great need to have the knowledge? They are not only the fundamental part, but the food, the regime, order, laws, beautiful music, the joys and happiness of my kingdom. Each acquaintance has a distinct happiness. They are like so many keys that will form the divine harmony of my kingdom. That's why I take so much care to teach you the many knowledges of my kingdom, and I ask you for the greatest attention in manifesting them, for they form the basis and are like a formidable army that ensures defense and acts as a sentinel for my kingdom to be the most beautiful, the holiest and the most perfect echo of my heavenly homeland. Jesus remained silent, and then added, "My daughter, when my divine will wants to come out of itself, knowledge or a new act, heaven and earth honor him with reverence and listen to each other. All creation feels flowing within it a new divine act which, like a vital fluid, embellishes all things and makes them doubly happy. And they feel honored by their Creator who, by his all-powerful Fiat, communicates to them his new knowledge. And they are waiting for the disposition of this knowledge in the creature, to see the new act of the divine will repeated in the creature, in order to have confirmation of the good, joy and happiness that this new knowledge brings. It is then that my will celebrates, for a divine life has come out of it which, directed to a creature, will spread and communicate to all creatures. Thereafter, I continued my round in the divine will and I was transporting myself to Eden to be present when the divine majesty, having formed the magnificent statue of man, communicated to him the life of his omnipotent breath, in order to be able to glorify my Creator for such a solemn act. To love him, worship him, and thank him for his excessive and overflowing love for man. My divine Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, this act, to form and infuse life into man with our almighty breath was so tender, so moving and of such joy for us. And our whole divine being was overflowing with so much love, that with immense force, it delights our divine qualities to infuse them into man. By blowing on him, we poured everything into him. Et avec notre souffle nous mettons notre être suprême en communication avec lui. De façon à le rendre inséparable de nous. Ce souffle n'a jamais cessé. Dans la création de tout l'univers. It was our will which constituted the life of all things. It gave man not only our Fiat, but with our breath she gave her our very life. And our breath doesn't stop. For he continues the generations of other creatures to make them inseparable from us. Our love is so great in doing a work, that once done, the disposition to do it remains. That is why man's ingratitude is great. For he disavows, despises, and offends our life in him. And as we inhale to exhale again, we inspire man in us, but we do not feel that man is coming into us, for his will is not with ours and we feel the weight of human ingratitude. That's why we call you, to give you our incessant breath and feel that you come to us to receive the fullness of our will in the solemn act of emitting our regenerating breath, in order to generate the creatures. I felt completely abandoned in the divine Fiat, and my poor mind was saturated with its light, beauty, and indescribable bliss. Possess the source of all goods. Enjoy the immensity of the infinite seas of all joys. Possess all the attractions of inexhaustible beauties, divine beauties, to the point of seducing God himself, and to live in the divine will by establishing one's reign in the soul as one and the same. God's will, how kind, adorable and desirable you are, more than my own life. Your reign is a kingdom that has the power to rid me of everything that does not relate to its light. It is a kingdom of holiness that transforms me not into the holiness of the saints, but in that of my Creator. It is a kingdom of happiness and joy that makes flee away from me all bitterness, all trouble of the mind and all annoyance. How can creatures prepare to receive such a holy kingdom? And while I was thinking this and my poor spirit was swimming in the immensity of the sea of the divine Fiat, my kind Jesus came out of my interior and, pressing me against him, all in tenderness, he said to me, "My little girl, you must know that our love overflowed into creation. It overflowed without anyone having deserved, even by a single word, such a good. In our supreme and limitless goodness and liberality, I created with munificence, order and harmony, the whole machine of the universe for the love of the one who did not yet exist. After which, our love overflowed even more and we created the one for whom all things had been created. And we always operate with unparalleled magnanimity so that we give everything, without exhausting ourselves and without anything lacking in our work of munificence, greatness, and all good. We created man without any merit on his part by giving him as a dowry, in foundation, in essence of all goods, joys and happiness, our will for kingdom, so that nothing is missing. He had a divine will at his disposal and, with it, our supreme being. What could have been our honor if the work of our creation had been poor, devoid of light, without the multiplicity of all created things, without order and harmony, and with our precious jewel, our dear son, man, without the fullness of the goods of the one who had created him? It would not have been an honor, for those who own everything and are capable of everything, to make an incomplete work. Especially since our love, more overflowing than impetuous waves, desired give himself as much as he could until he fills our precious jewel of all imaginable goods, and form around him the overflowing seas that his Creator had placed in him. And if man has lost all this, it is because he has rejected of his own will my kingdom, his dowry and the substance of his happiness. Now, as in creation, in my overflowing love, the kingdom of my divine will has decided that he wants to have his life among creatures. In its magnificence, regardless of their merits, my will wants to give them its kingdom again. My will only wants creatures to know my kingdom and its goods, so that by knowing it they may long for this kingdom of holiness, light, and bliss. And just as one will has rejected him, another will calls him, desires him, and urges him to come and reign among the creatures. You thus see the necessity of his knowledge, for if a good is not known, it can be neither wanted nor loved. This knowledge will therefore be the messengers, the precursors who will announce my kingdom. The knowledge about my Fiat will be sometimes suns, sometimes thunderclaps, sometimes explosions of light or impetuous winds. That will attract attention. Scholars as well as ignorant, good guys and bad guys, which, like lightning bolts, will fall into hearts and, with irresistible force, will overthrow them, to make them rise again in the good of the knowledge acquired. This knowledge will form the true renewal of the world. They will adopt their own attitudes, to seduce and to win the creatures. Similar, sometimes to peacemakers who want to kiss creatures to give them their own kisses, to forget all the past and remember only their mutual love. Sometimes to warriors certain of their victory over those who know them. Sometimes to supplicating prayers. These will cease only when the creatures, defeated by the knowledge of my divine will, say, "You have won, we are already the prey of your kingdom." Similar finally, to a king reigning and overflowing with love before whom the creatures will bow to ask him to reign over them. What will my will not do? She will put all her power into action to come and rule among the creatures. She has a beauty enchanters se.et. She only needs to be seen once with clarity, to delight, beautify, and launch its waves of beauty on the soul, so that it is difficult for him to forget such beauty. The creatures will remain prisoners of its beauty as in a labyrinth from which they will no longer be able to escape. My will possesses an enchanting power and the soul remains fixed in its sweet enchantment. It has a balsamic air. When they have breathed it, the creatures will feel this air enter them. Peace, holiness, of divine harmony, of happiness, of light that purifies all things, of love that burns everything, power that conquers everything. In such a way that this air will bring the heavenly balm to all the evils produced by the evil, morbid, and mortal air of the human will. You can see that even in human life, air acts in surprising ways. If the air is pure, good, healthy, fragrant, breathing is free, blood circulation is regular, and the creatures are strong, healthy with beautiful colors. On the other hand, if the air is bad, smelly, and infected, breathing is blocked, blood circulation irregular, as they do not receive life from clean air. Creatures are weak, pale, skinny, and half sick. Air is the life of creatures, and without it, they cannot live. There is a big difference between good and bad air. It is the same for the air of the soul. The air of my will keeps life pure, healthy, holy, beautiful, and strong, as it came out of the bosom of its creator. The mortal air of the human will distorts the poor creature, makes it fall from its origin. And she becomes sick, weak to the point of inspiring pity. Then, with an accent of tenderness, yutted, "Oh, my will! How kind, admirable and powerful you are! Your beauty delights heaven and keeps under the spell the whole celestial court, so that all are happy that they cannot detach their gaze from you. Oh! By your enchanting beauty which delights all things, delights the earth and, by your sweet enchantment, enchants all creatures. So that the will of all may be one. One holiness, one life. A kingdom tone, a Fiat tone on earth as in heaven." I continued my flight in the divine will and my poor intelligence was as if fixed in it. I understood in his light the big difference between the action in the supreme will and the act of the human creature, good in itself, but lacking in the life of the divine Fiat. I was thinking, is such a difference possible? My beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, the human will form the night in the souls of the human family. They do good works, even very important ones. Since the good is in itself light, they can only emit a multitude of small lights, comparable to light. A match, an oil lamp, or a small light bulb. It's based on the good involved in human action, and their number. That will be formed weak or a little stronger lights. These actions contain good, because of these little lights. Thus these creatures and those around them are not in darkness. But they do not have the virtue of transforming night into day. And they then look like houses or cities that have the advantage of having many light bulbs, which are likely to become extinct, and who will never be able to turn night into day. For it is not in the nature of the light produced by human industry to form in the soul as in the body full daylight. Only the sun has this virtue, to be able to chase away the darkness and to form the radiant light of the great day that illuminates and warms the earth and all its inhabitants. And where it shines, the sun communicates its vital action to all of nature. However, it is only by living and acting in my will that it can always come to light. When the soul acts, whether its actions are large or small, it operates under the eternal and immense sun of my Fiat, whose reflection penetrates the actions of the creature to form suns, and she can continually enjoy daylight. And like those suns were formed by virtue of the reflection of the sun of my divine will, they possess the source of light. Human actions transformed into this sun of my will are powered by the eternal light source and are therefore not likely to weaken or die out. Do you see then how big is the difference between live and act in my will, and live outside my will? This is the difference between a creature capable of forming the sun and many suns, and the one that can produce a little light. It only takes one sun to eclipse all the lights. Not all lights together have the virtue or strength to surpass a single sun. This appears even more clearly in the order of the universe, where all the lights, whatever they may be, produced by human industry, are unable to form the day. While the sun created by my hands, although it is alone, creates the day. For it possesses the source of light that the Creator has placed there. And its light is not likely to diminish. It is the symbol of all those who live in my will. Their deeds contain an act of divine life, a creative force that has the virtue of forming suns. And my will does not lower itself to form small lights, but suns that never go out. You can therefore understand that the good produced by the human will, although it cannot perform during the day, is nevertheless still a good for man. Creatures receive this benefit from light in the night of human will. It is useful for them not to die in the thick darkness of sin. These lights, although small. Show them the way, make them see the dangers, and attract my paternal goodness to those who see that they can use the night of their human will to form at least small lights that will show them the way to salvation. This is exactly what drew our paternal tenderness and goodness to Adam. He understood what life meant in our divine will, in his actions, big and small, flowed our creative virtue. He wore the acts of Adam, of the son of the eternal Fiat. And this eternal Fiat, being son, had the virtue of creating as many sons as it wanted. Seeing himself deprived of this creative force, Adam could no longer form sons. The poor man tried as much as he could to form small lights. He saw the great difference that existed between his first state and the one that followed sin. His pain was so great that he felt himself dying with each of his actions. Poor Adam strove to produce these little lights with his actions. He moved the Supreme Being, who admired his zeal, by virtue of which he maintained the promise of a Messiah to come. I was following the divine will. I accompanied all the acts that my sweet Jesus had performed on earth. He would make them present to me, and I would put them on my I love you. I asked him by his actions the kingdom of the divine Fiat. I begged him to apply to my soul all that he had done in the kingdom of redemption, to give me the grace to always live in his divine will. My sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, the soul that lives in my divine will does not fail of its origin. Everything was created for who was supposed to live in her. Thus, all the goods of creation, which are more extensive than the goods of the redemption, belong to him. The soul that maintains itself in the original state by living in the supreme Fiat is entitled to the status of queen as such. It is fair that everything is in his possession, and that it remains in the royal palace of our will. It is just also that it possesses suns, heavens and seas, and that the king himself dwells with her and be her bliss as she is the king's bliss. That is why the goods of creation must be more extensive. For how could she be queen without having domains and kingdoms to reign there? On the other hand, if the soul does not live in my divine will, it fails of its origin, loses its nobility, and places herself in the state of servant. Kingdoms and empires are then not in order. Better yet, I came to earth in redemption to bring man out of his state of death, heal it, and give him all possible remedies to return him to his original state. I knew that if he returned to our will, from where he came out, everything was already ready to keep him in his royal condition. You should know that, for the one who lives or will live in my will, the acts I have performed in the redemption will be to him not remedies, but happiness and joys. They will be the most beautiful ornaments of the royal palace of my will. For all I did was nothing but the birth of my will. His merciful bowels gave birth to for me in the bosom of my humanity all the acts I have done when I came to earth. It is therefore right that what belongs to him should serve as an ornament in all that I have done on earth. When I prayed, spoke, suffered, or blessed little children, I sought my children, the children of my divine will. I wanted to give them the first act and everything related to it, all the happiness that my actions contained. I gave these acts as remedies to these unfortunate people, children of sin, servants of the human will, for their salvation. Thus, all my acts flowed like the first act. Who was supposed to live in the supreme will, to become the center of their lives. This is how he who lives in my will can say, "Everything is mine," and I said to him, "Everything is yours." After which I thought about myself. If the act of the divine Fiat is such that no other act can say I am the first, how can those who will come after to live in the divine Fiat be able to find themselves before God as the first act, if the first already exist? My divine Jesus added, "My daughter, for whom lives or will live in my will, everything will be like a first act before God. For my will has only one act, an incessant act that always occurs as a first act. And by virtue of this unique and incessant act, My will elevates all acts performed in it to the rank of first act, so that all those who live in my will be found in this one act. And every act will be first before the adorable majesty. Therefore, in my divine will there will be neither before nor after, all will be merged into one act. What an honor, what glory for the creature to be able to find a place in this unique act of the will of its Creator, from which spring, as from a spring, all property and every happiness imaginable. So, continuing to follow the deeds of my beloved Jesus, I stopped when he received the cross, that he embraced with all the tenderness of his love and which he placed on his shoulders to carry her to Calvary. Jesus added, "My daughter, the cross brought the kingdom of redemption to maturity, to complete it and to place herself as a guardian of all the redeemed, so that if someone allows the cross to be its guardian, he receives in himself the effects of a ripe fruit that has flavor, softness and life. And the cross makes him feel all the good of the redemption, so that it ripens with the fruit of the cross and that he is prepared to return to the kingdom of my will. For the cross has also brought the kingdom of my will to maturity. Who has willing you to make you live in her? Wouldn't it be the cross of so many years that allowed you to ripen like a beautiful fruit? The cross has taken away from you the bitter taste of the earth and all the attachments of creatures. To convert them into divine gentleness, La Croix was guardian so that nothing enters into you that is not holy. Nothing that gives you but what comes from heaven. The cross did nothing but let the vital fluids flow into you and form in you your Jesus. Your Jesus found you ripe, and he formed the kingdom of his divine will in the depths of your soul. And presenting myself as Master, I have spoken to you and still speak to you of my divine will. I taught you its ways, the life you must have in it, the prodigies, the power and beauty of my kingdom. You must know that whenever your Jesus decides to manifest a truth, the love I have for her is so great. In every truth I manifest, I place my life itself, that every truth may have the power to form a divine life in creatures. Do you then see what it means to manifest to you a truth of more or less? It means coming out a divine life and endanger it. Put it in danger. For if it is not known, loved, and appreciated, it is a divine life that does not receive its fruit and the honor due to it. This is why I love the truths I manifest so much, because it is my life that flows into them and I have a very great desire for them to be known. What a difference with creatures in the way I operate. When they speak, teach, act, their lives do not dwell in words and works. Therefore, it is not too serious if their words or works do not bear fruit. I, on the other hand, suffer enormously. For it is my life that I make flow in all that I manifest. I felt totally abandoned in the eternal Fiat, alone with Jesus, as if nothing else existed. I said to myself, I am alone, I feel in me only the great sea of the divine will and nothing else exists for me. Jesus himself disappears and hides in his infinite light. If he is seen for a moment, the rays of the sun of the divine will flood him, and my poor sight, in his weakness, is unable to look at him. I wait for my Jesus, my life, to move away from this light or make it less dazzling so that I can see him again. And I complain of this light that hides from my sight the one who is the life of my poor soul. Oh! If the light of blessed Fiat were less blinding, I could see my sweet Jesus, for I often feel his divine touch, his refreshing breath, and sometimes his lips that give me a kiss. And with all that, I don't see it. All because of that blessed light that hides it from me. Oh! Holy will of God, how strong and powerful you are if you can hide my beloved Jesus from me. I was thinking about this and other things when Jesus, my greatest good, came out of this blinding light so that I could see him, and he said to me, "My daughter, you are alone with me and I am alone with you. And since you are alone with me, I am completely centralized in you. For being alone with me, I can fill you entirely with myself. There is not a single place in you where I do not settle down to transform you into me and where extraordinary grace does not naturally enter. When the soul is alone with me, I am free to do whatever I want. I am alone in enjoying this soul and my love goes to the point of madness. He pushes me to use so many love ploys that if other creatures could see and hear everything, they would say, "Only Jesus knows how to love so much and in such a surprising and ingenious way." For the soul that lives alone with me, I am like the sun would be if it could centralize all its light on a single plant. This plant would receive in it all the life of the sun and enjoy all its effects, while the other plants would receive only one effect, which is enough for the nature of the plant. On the other hand, the first, as it receives all life from the sun, also receives all the effects that light contains. That is what I do. I centralize my whole life in this soul, and there is nothing in me that she cannot enjoy. As for the creature who is not alone with me, as I cannot centralize my life in it, it is without light. She feels the weight of darkness and its being is divided into as many parts that divide it. Thus, the soul who loves the earth feels divided with the earth. If she loves creatures, pleasures, riches, she feels divided, fragmented and pulled from all sides. So that his poor heart lives in anxiety and knows fear and bitter disappointments. It is quite the opposite for the soul that lives alone with me. After which I continued my round in the divine will and, arriving in Eden, I glorified my Creator in the act to breathe life into the body of my first father, Adam, by his all-powerful breath. And my kind Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, with what order and harmony man was created. Adam was made by us king of creation. As king, he had supremacy over all things. If he had not rejected our Fiat whose unit he owned, he would have fulfilled all things with his deeds throughout his life. As king and owner, all things were due by right undergo its action and be coated with its light. For each of his actions was a sun surpassing the other in beauty. It was supposed to form the crown of all creation. He would not have been a real king if he had not known each of his kingdom's end. If he had not had the right to place his actions in all the things we had created. He was like a person who owned land. As such, he had the right to walk through it, to plant flowers, plants, and trees. He placed himself in all created things. When he spoke, loved, worshipped, and acted, his voice echoed throughout creation. She was invested with her love, her adoration, and her action. The divinity thus felt the love, worship, and work of her first son in all his works. Now, all of Adam's work would have remained throughout creation as a first model for all his descendants. They would have shaped all the acts in the light of his own that he would have, as the first father, left as a legacy to all his posterity who would have had not only its model, but also the possession of his deeds. What would not have been our glory and his when we saw the work of our dear son? Our precious treasure, born of our love, merged with our works. What happiness for him and for us! This was our purpose in creating all creation and that precious jewel that was man. Even though Adam started and didn't finish, he ended even in misfortune and confusion because he rejected our divine will. This served as his first act and made him work in the works of the Creator. Isn't it right that we have this same purpose for his descendants? That is why I call you in the midst of my works, in all creation, to form the model to which all creatures will have to conform in order to return to my Fiat. If you knew my joy when I see you holding my divine will, want to animate the sunlight to say that you love me and ask me for my kingdom. When you want to lend your voice, the speed of the wind, to the murmur of the sea, flowers, the extent of the sky, the song of birds, for everyone to tell me that they love me, that they adore me, and you want the kingdom of the divine Fiat. I am so happy that I feel again the first joys, the first love of my precious jewel. And I'm carried to put everything aside, To forget everything so that everything comes back as we had established it first. Also, be careful, my daughter, because too much is at stake. You must know that the first model in creation was the being supreme. Man had to model all his actions with his creator on Luisa. The second model was to be Adam, on whom all his descendants were supposed to model themselves. But as Adam evaded my will, he no longer had unity with the creator and the materials to take it as a model were lacking. Poor Adam! How could he form models in divine likeness if he no longer possessed that will that gave him the aptitude and all materials necessary for the formation of models in the likeness of God? By rejecting the divine Fiat, he was rejecting power, which allows to do everything and who knows how to do everything. What happened to Adam is similar to what would happen to you if you had no paper, no pen, no ink to write. If you missed it, you would be unable to write a single word. This is how it was impossible to train the models of the divine stamp. The third model must be done by the one who must bring back the kingdom of my will. So you have an important task, because to your models will conform all the others. Also, in all your deeds, circulate the life of my divine will so that it can provide you with all the essential elements. Thus, everything will be fine. Your Jesus will be with you so that your divine models may be well executed. I continued my round in the divine will. Having attained the deeds she has performed in the humanity of our Lord, my sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, the divine word was in my humanity as a center of life. We were inseparable. My humanity had its limits and the word was limitless, immense and infinite. Thus my humanity could not restrict in itself the infinite light of the word. This light abounded, so that its rays, overflowing from the center of my humanity, came out of my hands, my feet, my mouth, my heart, my eyes, and my whole being. So much so that all my actions flowed into this light which, more than the sun's rays, clothed all things and traced all the acts of creatures, to give herself so that their actions, coated with this light, taking its form and merging with it, may acquire the value and beauty of his actions. But what was not the pain of my humanity? Seeing his actions rejected by creatures, in the very light of the eternal word, and to see the word itself prevented from carrying out its transformation in creatures. Each of his rejected acts was suffering and every act of the creatures turned into bitterness and offense to my humanity. How hard it is to want to do good, to do it, and to find no one to receive it. And this suffering continues. For all that my humanity has done in the light of the eternal word exists and will always exist. She is still in the act of doing what she did once. My humanity is still waiting for a creature to receive the transmission of its deeds. So that, on both sides, there may be unity in the act, unit in value, unity in the will, unity in love. And it is only through the reign of my Fiat, of the divine will, that the act of my redemption can find its fulfillment. For thanks to his light, creatures will remove the blindfold that covers their eyes. And they will let flow into them all the benefits that the eternal word did in my humanity, out of love for them. As my sweet Jesus spoke came out of him so much light that everything was clothed with it. I continued my round. I accompanied with my I love you all the wonders he had performed in the saints, patriarchs, and prophets of the Old Testament, as well as those who followed his coming to earth, in order to ask by virtue of all his deeds his divine kingdom in creatures. I thought, if his holy will has performed so many wonders in all these saints, is it not perhaps the kingdom of his will, at least in all these saints so prodigious? My beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, there is no good that does not come from my divine will. But there is a big difference between the kingdom of my will over creatures and the production of a single act of my will that is communicated to creatures. In Abraham, my divine will produced an act of heroism, and he became the heroic man. In Moses, an act of power, and he became the man of wonders. In Samson, an act of force, and he became the strong man. Among the prophets, my divine will revealed what concerned the Redeemer who is to come, and they became prophets. And so on for all those who have distinguished themselves by wonders or unusual virtues, following the act that my divine will produced. If they adhered to and corresponded to it, they received the good of this act. This is not to reign, my daughter, nor is it to form the kingdom of my will. To form it, it takes not a single act, but the continual act that my will possesses. This is what she wants to give to creatures to form her kingdom. His continual act of power, happiness, light, holiness, and indescribable beauty. What my Fiat is by nature, he wants creatures to be by virtue of his continual act, which contains every possible and imaginable possession. Would you say that a king reigns because he has enacted a law or granted a blessing to his people? Certainly not. True reign consists of to form the life of his people with all his laws, to give them the right diet that suits their lives, as well as all the necessary means so that nothing is missing from their well-being. The king, to reign, must have his life in the midst of his people and make his will and possessions one with his people, so that the king forms the life of his people and the people form the life of his king. Otherwise it is not a real reign. This is the reign of my will. To make himself inseparable from the children of his kingdom. Give them everything it has to the point that they overflow with it. In order to have happy and holy children. The same happiness and of the same holiness as my will. Now, it can be seen that despite the many wonders performed by the saints, prophets, and patriarchs, they have not formed my kingdom among creatures. Nor did they make it known. The price and the great good that my will possesses. Nor what she can and wants to give. Nor the purpose of his reign. For they lacked the continual act and the permanent life of my will. Thus, not knowing its depth, they were concerned with other things besides what concerned my glory and their good. They set aside my will, waiting for a more favorable time, where the Father, in his goodness, would first make known, before giving, a good and a kingdom so great and so holy, that they couldn't even dream of it. Also, be attentive and continue your flight in the divine Fiat. I felt distressed by the usual privations of my sweet Jesus, but all abandoned to his kind will. I said to myself, my most good Jesus has not told me anything these days, and everything is only deep silence. He barely made me feel a little movement in me, but without a word. And I was thinking about this when my Jesus came forward and said to me, my daughter, when God does not manifest other truths, the divine will remains as suspended and it does not add other goods to those of creatures. As a result, the truth is not the occasion for new feasts for God and the creature. And I, hearing this, I say, for you, it is always the party since you have with you all the truths. But for the poor creature, the party is interrupted. For it does not possess the source of all truths. Thus, when his Creator does not communicate other truths to him, there are no new feasts. At most, she can rejoice in the festivities of the past. But she can't have the surprise of the new holidays. This is not the case for you. And Jesus added, my daughter, it's definitely always a party for us. No one can cast the smallest shadow on the ocean of our new and endless joys and happinesses that our divine being contains in itself. But it is a new feast that is formed in the act of our divine being when, overflowing with love for the creature, he manifests his truths to her. Seeing the creature redouble its joy every time we manifest other truths to it, is for us a new celebration. To bring truths out of the source of our joys, set the table of our joy for the creature and to see her celebrate with us, sitting at our table to take the same food, is for us a new feast. Feasts and joys are the fruit of communications. The isolated good does not bring celebration. The joy that remains alone is not smiling. Happiness does not feast on its own and it is without enthusiasm. How will he celebrate, feast and laugh if he can't find anyone to celebrate, feast and laugh with? It is the union that produces the feast and it is by making another creature happy that one forms one's own happiness. We have our own parties that we never miss. But we lack the new feast that we cannot give to the creature. If you knew our joy and happiness by seeing yourself very small sitting at our table, nourish you with the truths of our supreme will. Smile at his light. Take our joys to make in you the deposit of our riches. Beautify you with our beauty and as intoxicated by so much happiness, hear you repeat, I want the kingdom of your Fiat. If you knew our joy, then you would move heaven and earth to get from my Fiat an intention. And what intention? The intention to make this same happiness known to the whole human family. For it seems that your feast cannot be complete if it does not make other creatures happy with the same happiness that is yours by virtue of my will. If you could make known to all creatures all that you know of my will, and to share with all the happiness you have, wouldn't it be for you a new party? And wouldn't you be doubly happy to have communicated this happiness to others? Me, certainly, my love, if I could bring all creatures into your holy will, how much greater would be my happiness and satisfaction. Jesus says. Well, I'm like that. To our endless happiness, which always puts us in celebration, would be added the happiness of the creature. So when I see your desire to know our truths, I feel inclined to manifest them. And I say, I want to celebrate my new birthday with my little girl, I want to laugh with her and intoxicate her with the same happiness. Thus, during these days of silence, you missed our new party, and we missed yours too. He fell silent for a moment, and then he added, my daughter, when you decide to enter into my divine Fiat and to form your thoughts, your words, and your works, you make an appeal to my will which, hearing that he is called, respond to this call by reflecting its light in your act. And its light possesses virtue. To empty this act of everything that can be human. To fill him with what is divine. Therefore, my divine will feels called by your thoughts, your words, your hands, your feet, and your heart, and it reflects its light on each of them, rids them of everything and forms in them his life of light. And as the light contains all the colors, my divine will places on your thoughts one of his divine colors, another on your words, another on your hands, and so on for the rest of your acts. And as you multiply them, my will multiplies its divine colors clothed in its light. Oh! How beautiful it is to see you clothed in such a diversity of tones and nuances of divine thoughts for each of your thoughts, each of your actions and your steps. All these colors and divine light make you so beautiful that it is for us an enchantment. The whole of heaven would like to enjoy this great beauty that my Fiat has clothed your soul. So may your call to my divine will be continual. My abandonment in the divine Fiat is my life, my support, my everything. My sweet Jesus is hiding more and more. And I remain alone with this will so holy, so powerful, that with each of its movements, it brings forth of itself seas of light, which form an infinity of luminous waves. My smallness is lost. Although she understands that I have much to do to follow the countless deeds of this will in such a vast sea. And, while getting lost in this divine Fiat, I said to myself, oh! If I had with me my sweet Jesus who knows all the secrets of his will, I would not be lost and I would better follow his infinite deeds. I feel like that he no longer takes care of me as before. Although he tells me that this is not true. But I see what is, and words are worthless in the face of facts. Ah! Jesus! Jesus! I did not expect from you this change that makes me feel a continual death. Even more, you know that leaving me alone without you ends up costing me more than life. But as I thought about all this, my Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, my little girl, why are you afraid? Why doubt my love? Moreover, if you get lost, it is always in my will that you remain. I do not tolerate you deviating from its limits by a single step. No, no. The little girl of my will always be in his arms. And how can I not love you? When I see that my Fiat has in you the primacy over all your actions. I don't see him in danger as in other creatures. Suffocating in the middle of their actions. Because they do not give it primacy. My Fiat is still in danger among them. Some steal him from his property. Others offend his light. Others deny it and trample on it. Without having primacy, my Fiat is like a king to whom we do not give back the honors that are due to him. He is mistreated and his subjects want to expel him from his own kingdom. What suffering! On the contrary, in my little girl, my divine will remain safe. She is not endangered by your looks. For in all things created you see the veils that hide my will. By tearing them apart, you find my will which reigns over all creation and you kiss him. You love it. You love him and you follow his actions by accompanying his procession. My divine Fiat is not in danger. In your words. In your works and in everything you do. For you always give him the first of your deeds. By giving him the first act, you give him divine honors. He is recognized King of all things. And the soul receives the goods of its Creator as things that belong to it. Also, with this soul, my will does not feel in danger, but in safety. She does not feel that light, air, water, and earth are being stolen from her because everything belongs to this soul. On the other hand, the soul that does not let my will reign steals it from all sides, and it is continually in danger. After which, having followed my round in the divine Fiat, I gathered all the things created where all the acts of the divine Fiat dominate. I gathered the sky, the sun, the sea, and all the creation that I brought before the Supreme Majesty, to surround him with all his works and to ask by the acts of his own will the kingdom of the divine Fiat on earth. But while I was doing this, my kind Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, hear. The whole of heaven echo your request and the angels, the saints, and the sovereign queen repeat together. Fiat, Fiat voluntas tua, on earth as in heaven. As it is a request from heaven, it is the kingdom that all desire and everyone feels the duty to ask what you want. All feel within themselves the power of my divine will. All of which are animated, and they repeat, may the will of heaven be one with the earth. Oh! What beauty and harmony! When an echo of the earth resonates in the whole of heaven. To form only one echo, one will, one request. And all the blesseds, seized with admiration, say to themselves, what is the one who brings the whole procession of divine works before the divinity and with the power of the divine Fiat it possesses? Who upsets us all and makes us ask for such a holy kingdom? No one had that power. No one so far did not ask for the kingdom of the divine Fiat with so much power and strength. Some at most asked the glory of God. Others the salvation of souls. Others reparation for so many offenses. All things that concern God's external works. On the other hand, asking for the kingdom of the divine will concerns his interior works. The most intimate acts of God. It is the destruction of sin. Not only salvation, but the divine holiness of creatures. It is deliverance from all spiritual and bodily evils. It is to carry earth to heaven, to bring heaven down to earth. Therefore, asking for the kingdom of my divine will is the thing. The greatest, the most perfect and, the holiest. That is why everyone takes up with reverence your echo, and the wonderful harmony. Fiat voluntas tua cum in cielo così in terra. May your will be done on earth as in heaven, resounds in the heavenly fatherland. My abandonment in the divine will is continual. Although she often hides and overshadows my beloved Jesus, my life, my all, she never hides herself. His light is permanent in me. And it seems to me that even if she wanted to hide, she couldn't. Because its light is everywhere. There is no place where she could escape, restrict herself. Since it is by nature immense and takes on everything with such an empire that I feel it, in every fiber of my heart. In my breath and in all things. And I tell myself that the divine will loves me more than Jesus himself. For he often leaves me while his adorable will is always with me. She is by her nature unable to leave me. She reigns over me by her light and triumphantly awaits supremacy in my actions. Oh! Divine will! How admirable you are! Your light does not let anything escape. You caress me and play with my smallness. You make yourself conqueror of my little atom and you love to spread in me the immensity of your eternal light. But as I felt immersed in this light, my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, the one who allows herself to be dominated by my divine will thus receives the virtue of divine fecundity. And with this fecundity, this soul can generate in others what it possesses. With this divine fecundity, she forms the most beautiful and longest generation that will bring her the glory and the procession of so many births generated in her own deeds. This soul will see the generation of children come out of it. Light, happiness and of divine holiness. Oh! How beautiful, holy, and pure is the fruitfulness of the germ of my divine will. It is light and generates light. It is holy and generates holiness. It is strong and generates strength. It owns all the goods and generates peace, joy, and happiness. If you knew the good that will bring to you, and after that to others, the fruitful germ of this will so holy. Who knows when and how to generate the goods it owns at every moment? This is how Her Highness the Sovereign Queen was able to generate, alone and without the help of another, the eternal Word. Because by not giving life to his human will, it gave life only to the divine will. She thus acquired the fullness of the germ of divine fecundity and was able to generate the one whom heaven and earth cannot contain. And she could not only generate it in herself, in her maternal womb, but in all creatures. As she is noble and long the generation of children of the Queen of the heaven. All were generated in this divine Fiat that can and contains everything. Thus, my divine will lifts up the creature and makes it a participant in the fruitfulness of heavenly fatherhood. What power, how sublime mysteries it possesses! I then continued my deeds in the divine Fiat and offered everything to obtain his kingdom on earth. I wanted to put on all creation, animate with my voice all the things created so that everything can say with me, "Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Let your reign come." But as I did that, I thought to myself, how can this holy kingdom come to earth? There is no change in creatures, no one cares. Sins and passions abound. How can this kingdom ever come to earth? And Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, which is most necessary to obtain such a great good, which is the kingdom of my divine Fiat? It is to obtain that God is moved and decides to make my divine will reign among the creatures. When God moves and decides, he overcomes everything and triumphs over all evils. And the other thing needed is that the creature, who is looking for such a great good and pray to God to grant it to her, must possess in her the life of the kingdom that she asks for other creatures. The one who owns this kingdom will know the importance of this end, will spare no sacrifice to ask for this good for others. She will know the secrets, the paths to follow, and she will make herself unwelcome until she conquers God himself. It will be like a sun that contains in itself all the fullness of its light and, unable to contain it, feels the need to spread it out of him to give light to all, to do good to all, to make them all happy with this same happiness. The creature that has good has the virtue of asking for it and giving it. This is what happened in the redemption. Sin flooded the earth. And those who were called God's people were the fewest of them all. And if they seemed to seek redemption, it was superficially, for they did not possess in themselves the life of that Redeemer whom they asked. It can be said that they sought redemption as the Church does today, as do consecrated and religious people by reciting the Our Father. But the fullness of the life of my will that they ask for in the Our Father is not in them. Therefore, their request ends with words, but not facts. Thus, when the Queen of Heaven came possessing the fullness of divine life, everything she asked of God for the good of the people caused him to be moved, to be won, and to make him decide. And despite all the evils that existed, the eternal Word came to earth through the one who already possessed him and formed his life. With the fullness of divine life, she was able to move God, and the good of the redemption has come. What all the others together could not get, the sovereign queen got it, she who had first conquered in her Creator, who possessed the fullness of all the goods which he requested for others, and who, conqueror, had the virtue of being able to ask for and give the good she possessed. There is a big difference, my daughter, between the one who asks and possesses, and the one who asks and does not possess the divine life. The first asks as a right, the second as almsgiving. And to the one who asks as alms, money is given, lire at most, but not the whole kingdom. The one who asks as a right, possesses. And she is already the owner, she is queen. And the one who is queen can give the kingdom. Since she is queen, she has a divine empire over God and can ask for the kingdom for creatures. This is what will happen to the kingdom of my divine will. That is why I strongly recommend you, be attentive, let my will form the fullness of his life in you. In this way, you will be able to move God. When God is moved, no one can resist him. I was completely deprived of my greatest good, Jesus, and no matter how much I asked for it, I couldn't find it. My torture and bitterness were inexpressible. But after long days of martyrdom and abandonment in this divine Fiat, my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, I expect from you the same strength of mind as that of the heavenly sovereign lady, who has come to love the divine will more than the very humanity of his Son Jesus. How many times the divine will commanded us to separate, and I had to leave away from it, and it had to stay there without being able to follow me. And she remained with such strength and peace that she put the divine Fiat before her own Son. So much so that delighted by such a force, the divine Fiat split the Son of my divine will and it remained centralized in it while being centralized in myself. The Sun was split but the light remained one, extending without ever separating from one center or the other. The Sovereign Queen had received everything from my will, the fullness of grace, holiness, sovereignty over all things, and even the fruitfulness of being able to give life to his Son. She had given him everything and had not refused him anything. Thus, when my will wanted me to leave, with heroic strength, it gave back to the divine will what it had received. Heaven was stunned to see his strength and heroism. They knew she loved me more than her own life. This is how I would like to see the little girl of my divine will. Strong, at peace and heroic. Who returns her Jesus to my will when she wants you to be deprived of it. I don't want to see you dejected and sad, but with the strength of the Heavenly Mother. And just like for the Sovereign Lady of Heaven, the separation was external and apparent, but that inwardly my divine will kept us merged together and inseparable, it will be so for you. My will keep you merged into me and we will perform the same acts together, without ever separating. After which I continued my actions in the divine Fiat. And feeling that I was not doing them well, I prayed to my Heavenly Mother to come and help me, in order to be able to follow this supreme will, that she loved so much and from which she had received all the glory and greatness that was within her. And I was thinking about this when my Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, all the acts that my Queen Mother has performed in my will are in suspense. For they want the creature to continue these acts in my will. Thus, all the acts you perform in my will are those pending acts, who come to help you and surround you to serve you. Some bring you light, others grace, holiness, and some the act itself that you perform. In order to have the continuation of these noble, holy, and divine acts, These acts come out of God. And the creature who receives them satiates himself in such a way that, unable to contain them all, he in turn spreads them and gives his divine acts to his Creator. They then form the greatest glory that the creature can give to the one who created it. There is no good that does not come from these acts performed in the divine will. They set everything in motion, heaven, earth, and God himself. They are the divine movement in the creature. And it was by virtue of these acts that the sovereign heavenly lady brought the word down to earth. She therefore awaits the continuation of her deeds so that God will be moved and our supreme will come to reign on earth. These acts are the triumph of God over the creature and the divine weapons that allow the creature to gain God. Consequently, continue your deeds in my will and thou shalt have in your power the divine help as well as that of the sovereign queen. I continued my abandonment in the divine Fiat. Totally deprived of my greatest good, Jesus. My pain and bitterness was so great that I do not know how to express it. But at the same time, I felt an unperturbed peace and the happiness of the light of the supreme will. I thought, what a change in my poor soul. Before, if my blessed Jesus deprived me a little, and even for hours, of his person, I would delirium, I wept and I felt the most miserable of creatures. Now, it's quite the opposite, it's for days and not hours that I'm deprived of it. And although I feel an intense pain that penetrates to the marrow of my bones, it is without delirium and without being able to cry, as if I have no more tears left, and I feel at peace, happy and without fear. My God! What a change! I feel like I'm dying at the thought that I can be happy without Jesus. But my happiness is not affected. I feel that this happiness does not affect my suffering, nor my suffering my happiness. Everyone continues on their way, but without interfering with each other. Oh! Jesus! Jesus! Why don't you come to my rescue? Don't you have mercy on me? Why don't you run, don't you fly to your little girl whom you say you love so much? But while I gave free rein to my sorrow, Jesus manifested himself in me and immediately said to me, Daughter of my will, why do you want to disturb your peace and happiness? Know that where my will reigns, this divine queen possesses immense joys and endless happiness. Pain, tears, and bitterness are born in time and participate in the human will. They are not born into eternity and do not belong to it, so they cannot enter the ocean of happiness of my divine will at all. It was in this divine state that the Queen of Heaven and my very humanity were located. And all our sufferings, which were numerous and of all kinds, could not diminish our infinite joys and happinesses, nor penetrate into their depth. Thus, your delusions, your crying and your troubles when you did not see me for a while were remnants of your human will. My will does not admit these weaknesses. And since it does not possess them by nature, my will dominates suffering where it reigns. She chases her away and does not allow her to enter into the happiness she has filled her creature with. Suffering would find no place to put oneself in the ocean of infinite happiness of my adorable will when she reigns in the creature. Don't you want her to reign in you? So why worry about the change you feel in your soul? My divine will has its life. And when the soul opens the doors of his will to him to enter and reign, he enters the soul and develops his divine life there. Queen, she forms in the soul her life of light, peace, holiness, and happiness. And the soul feels ownership of all its possessions. And if the soul feels suffering, it is in a divine way, which in no way affects what my divine will has communicated to him. On the other hand, for those who do not open the doors to my divine will to let it enter and reign, his life remains suspended in the creature, blocked, without development. What happens to my divine Fiat is comparable to what would happen if one creature wanted to bring to another all possible goods, and that the latter, with appalling ingratitude, tie his hands and feet to prevent him from approaching, close his mouth to prevent him from speaking, and would blindfold him to prevent him from seeing. What suffering for the creature carrying so many goods! It is in this state that my will is reduced when creatures do not open the door of their will to him so that my will may develop his life there. What suffering, my daughter? What suffering? I kept thinking about the divine will, the bearer of so many goods. And my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, the love for the creature that lets my divine Fiat reign in her is so great, that to each of the acts performed in him, the divinity grants the soul a divine right, that is, a right of holiness, light, grace, and happiness, and it attaches these rights to the soul by making it the owner of these divine goods. Every additional act performed in my divine will is thus a signature affixed by your Creator, as if a notarized contract made you owner of this happiness, this light, this holiness, and this grace. It is like a rich man who loves a poor man who never leaves his house. And if this poor man comes out, it is only to visit the land of the rich owner and bring him the fruits of his farms, so that he can rejoice in his own products. The rich man looks at the poor, he loves him and sees that he is happy in his house. But in order to ensure his happiness, he drafts a public contract of participation in his property in favor of this poor man, who touched his heart, who is still in his house and makes use of his property to make his beloved owner happy. So it is for the creature who lives in our divine will. She lives in our house and makes use of our belongings to glorify us and make us happy. Any disparity between her and us would be for us a pain that would weigh on our paternal heart. But as sorrows and misfortunes cannot enter into our divine will, we act magnanimity. On each of his acts, we affix a signature, to make it our common good and to enrich it with our same happiness. So, I repeat to you, be attentive, my daughter, and let nothing escape you. For all your deeds bear a signature, a divine signature, by which you can be sure that the divine will is yours and that you are its. Divine bonds never fade, they are eternal. I was making my rounds throughout creation to follow all the acts that the divine Fiat performs in it. But as I did that, I thought to myself, I feel that I can do no less than go through all of creation, as if I cannot live without making my little visit to heaven, the stars, the sun, the sea, and all the things created. It's like a power line pulls me in the middle of them, to exalt the magnificence of so many works, to praise and love this divine will that created them and keeps them in his divine hand, to keep them as beautiful and as new as when they were taken out in daylight, and to ask for the life and reign of this divine Fiat among creatures. And why can't I do less than that? I was thinking about that. My beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, you must know that you were not born once, but twice. A first time like all other creatures, and another time when you were regenerated by my will. And as this birth is that of my will, everything about her is yours. And as the father and mother endow their daughter with their own possessions, my divine will, by regenerating yourself, has endowed you with its divine properties. Therefore, who can not to love? Do not strive to stay in the middle of its properties. Who doesn't visit them often form his home there, to please among them, love them, without ever ceasing to exalt the glory of the One, which has endowed it with such numerous and vast properties, and which contains so many beauties. You would be thankless to be a daughter of my divine will, without making your abode in the properties of the One who begot you. It would be not to love the One who with so much love gave birth to you. That is why you feel the need to go through creation, for it is yours. That who has begotten you, with his electric line of light and love, calls you to love what is her and to you and to enjoy it. She likes to hear you repeat your chorus. May the kingdom of your divine Fiat come to earth. After which, continuing my round in all things created by God, I stopped when God created the sovereign queen, pure and spotless, the new and greatest prodigy of creation. Jesus, my greatest good, added, my daughter, Mary Immaculate was The little light of the human lineage. Because it was from human soil that it originated. But she has always been a daughter of light. Because no spot has entered this light. But do you know? Where is its greatness? Who gave him his sovereignty? Who formed the oceans? Light, holiness, grace, love, beauty and power in and around her? My daughter, man never knows how to do great things, nor give great things. And the celestial queen would have remained this little light, if she had not set aside her will, which was the little light, to let himself be clothed in my divine will where his little light has spread. For my will is not a small light, but an infinite sun that has completely clothed it, forming around it oceans of light, grace, and holiness. My divine will has embellished it so well with all the shades of divine beauties, that the most beautiful one seduced the one who had created her. The conception of the Immaculate Virgin, as beautiful and pure as it could have been, was still just a small light. She would not have had enough power, no light, to form oceans of light and holiness, if our divine will had not put on this little light to transform it into the Sunday. And the little light that was the will of the heavenly sovereign lady would not have been satisfied by dispersing in the sun of the divine Fiat, that he may reign over her. This was the great wonder, the kingdom of my divine will in she. With him, everything she did became light. She fed on light. Nothing came out of her that was not light. For she had in her power the sun of my divine will which gave her as much light as she wanted to obtain. The property of light is to diffuse, dominate, fertilize, illuminate and warm. The sovereign queen, with the sun of my divine will that she possessed, spread to God for dominate it, subjugate him, get him to descend to earth, and, always fruitful of the eternal word, it illumina and warmed up the human generation. One can say that she did all this by virtue of the kingdom of my divine will that she possessed. All other prerogatives of this Queen Mother can be called ornaments. But the substance of all his goods, of his greatness, its beauty and its sovereignty, was that she possessed the kingdom of my will. This is how things of lesser importance are said of her, remaining silent on the greater. This means that they know little, if anything, about my will. And that's why they're almost silent about it. I continued my surrender into the divine will and felt surrounded by the endless sea of its light. I prayed to my beloved Jesus to hasten to make his will known, so that, knowing it, everyone may desire his kingdom and his reign. My kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the human will has formed the wrong grain and the moth in human generations. Now the sun of the light of my divine will must fight this evil grain, cover it and destroy it with light, heat, and knowledge. Thus, every knowledge I manifest about my divine Fiat is a blow I bring to the human will, and all the knowledge about my Fiat is such a blow that it will die. The light and warmth of my Fiat will then form the good and holy seed of my will in human generations. By thus manifesting the knowledge about my divine Fiat, I sow his seed in your soul. I prepare the earth and the development of this seed, and the warmth of my divine will spreads its wings of light over the seed better than a mother hides her birth in her womb. To fertilize it, multiply it and make it grow within it of light. And like the creature, doing his human will, has produced the wrong grain and formed the ruin of the human family. Another creature, by killing the human will produce the seed of the divine Fiat, giving her life and letting him rule over her. My divine Fiat will restore what the creatures had lost. And it will form their salvation, holiness, and happiness. If one creature could form so many evils by doing its will, why couldn't another creature form all goods by doing my will, and leave my will free to form his life and his kingdom in this creature? I kept thinking about the divine Fiat and I thought to myself, but how can this kingdom of the divine will ever come among creatures if sin is so abundant? If no one thinks of wanting this kingdom, and If all seem rather to think about making wars, revolutions, and turning the world upside down, all seem consumed by the rage of not achieving their perverse designs and are always looking for the slightest opportunity. Doesn't all this make us lose the grace of such a great good? And my beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, I have you, and you are worth more than all this. And without taking into account everything else, I will consider your value. That is, the value of my divine will in you, and I will lay out my kingdom among the creatures." The value of a person depends on the price of what is entrusted to him. If my will has infinite value, which surpasses that of all creatures put together, the one who possesses it, before the divine majesty, has a greater value than anything. Therefore, for the moment I have you. This is enough for me to prepare the kingdom of my divine will. Thus, all the miseries of time, and they are too numerous, do not equal the value of my divine will operating as one creature. And I will make these evils a heap, that I will sweep from the face of the earth by the power of my divine will. This is what happened in the redemption. Evils have been banished from the earth. More than ever, they abounded. But the sovereign queen came to earth, this creature possessed in her the divine will and contained all the good of the redemption. Without looking at other creatures or their evils, I have seen only the value of this celestial creature, sufficient value to request my descent on earth. And with regard to that, who alone possessed our prerogatives and had the value of a divine and infinite will, I gave and formed the kingdom of redemption within creatures. Thus, by disposing of the good of the redemption, I wanted to find all the value in my mom. I wanted to put safety in her motherly heart. All the goods that my coming among the creatures was supposed to contain. In addition, I conceded the good that the sovereign Lady of Heaven asked of me. I have acted like a prince when he has to move towards other conquests. He chooses the creature he trusts the most. He confides to her his secrets, puts in his hands all the value of the expenses necessary for the conquests he wants to undertake. And putting all his trust in the only creature he knows, the only one who possesses all the value of the desired conquests, he leaves triumphantly, certain of victory. That's what I'm doing. When I want to give a good to the creatures, I first entrust myself to one and deposit in him all the value of this good. And then I give her as certainty the good she asks of me for the other creatures. Therefore, think of putting within you all the value that the kingdom of my will must contain. And I will think of having all that remains necessary for such a great good. I was thinking of the great love of my beloved Jesus, incarnated as a creature, but without blemish, in the womb of the sovereign Lady who may have contained a God. And my ever-kind Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, my heavenly mother possessed my will. She was so well filled with it that she overflowed with light, to the point that waves of light rose to the bosom of our divinity and became conqueror by the power of the divine will that she possessed. She won the Heavenly Father and delights in its light, the light of the Word, and brought him down to her womb into the very light from which she was formed by virtue of my divine will. I could never have come down from heaven if I had not found in her our light, our will reigning in it. Otherwise, it would be going down from the first moment to a foreign house. But I had to go down to my house. My light was to find my heaven and my joys without number. And the sovereign queen, possessing my divine will, prepared for me this stay, this heaven, similar in everything to the heavenly fatherland. Is it not my will that forms the paradise of all the blessed? Also, when the light of my Fiat drew me into its womb, the light of the Word descended and the two lights plunged into each other. The pure Virgin, Queen, and Mother, with a few drops of blood which she caused to flow from her burning heart, formed the veil of my humanity around the light of the Word to enclose it. But my light was immense. My Divine Mother could not enclose my sphere of light in the veil of my humanity. His rays were overflowing, more than a sun at sunrise. spreads its rays on the earth and searches for plants, flowers, the sea, and all creatures, to communicate its effects to them and to contemplate triumphantly, from his height, all the good he does and the life he infuses into everything he puts on. Me too, more than a son. From within the veil of my humanity, I sought all creatures to give each one my life and the good that I had come to bring to earth. Those rays coming out of my sphere knocked on every heart. They beat with force to tell him, "Open me, take the life I have come to bring you." And my sun never sets, and it continues its course, by spreading its rays, striking again in the heart, in the will, in the spirit of the creatures to give them my life. But how many close their doors to me and make fun of my light? But my love is so great that despite everything, I do not withdraw. I continue to rise to give life to the creatures. After that I continued my round in the divine will, and my beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, every prophecy I made to my prophets regarding my coming to earth was like a promise I made to the creatures of my coming among them. And the prophets, by manifesting them, disposed the people to desire and to want such a great good. And the people, in receiving these prophecies, received the deposit of the promise. And manifesting the time and place of my birth, I increased the deposit of the promise. This is what I do with the kingdom of my will. Every manifestation concerning my divine Fiat is a promise I make. Every knowledge adds a promise. If I have made these promises, it is a sign that underscore. As the kingdom of my redemption came, the kingdom of my will also come. My words are of life that I bring out of myself. Life must find its place and produce its effects. Do you think that a demonstration of more or less is little? This is one more promise that a God makes. And our promises cannot be lost. And the more promises we make, the closer the time is to. They will all be carried out and security. That is why I demand the greatest attention from you so that nothing escapes you. Otherwise, a divine promise could escape you, with consequences. After writing most of the night, I felt exhausted and thought, how many sacrifices, how much do these blessed writings cost me? But what will they be used for? What good, what glory will they give to my Creator? If these sacrifices will allow me to make known the kingdom of the divine Fiat, it will be worth it. But if I don't get that, my writing sacrifices will be useless, empty, and without effect. I was thinking about this when my kind Jesus, manifesting himself in me, hugged me to give me courage, and he said to me, "Beloved daughter of my divine will, courage and continuity. Nothing is useless of what is done for me. Car lorsque l'aime accomplit un acte pour moi seul, cet acte me conscient tout entier. Et comme il me conscient, il acquired la valeur d'un vie divine. Ce qui est plus grand que le soleil. Le soleil, par nature, hovers over all things and dispenses its light, its warmth, and countless good effects to the whole earth. Thus, any act that is done for me must bring, by its nature, the effects of the great good contained in the divine life. In addition, you must know that all knowledge and manifestations that I give you concerning my will, and that you put on paper, do not leave you, but remain centralized in you like rays in their sphere. And this sphere is this divine will, who reigns in you and takes pleasure in lovingly adding in this sphere new rays, which are his knowledge, so that creatures can find enough light to know my divine will, be delighted, and love it. This sphere will contain all the rays that will form the kingdom of my divine will. All the rays starting from a single sphere will have the sole purpose of forming my kingdom. But each department will have a distinct mission. A ray will contain the holiness of my divine Fiat and bring holiness. Another will bring happiness and joy. He will clothe with happiness and joy all those who will want to live in him. It will contain peace and strengthen everyone in peace. This one the strength. Yet another light and heat. The children of my kingdom will be strong. They will have light to do good and avoid evil, a burning heart to love what they have, and so on for all the rays that will come out of this sphere. All the children of my kingdom will be coated with these rays, and will swirl all around. Each of these rays will nourish their souls. They will find the life of my Fiat. Also, what will not be your happiness? Seeing coming down from your sphere. By virtue of these radii, goodness, joy, holiness, peace, and all the rest among the children of my kingdom. And seeing rise again in these rays, all the glory that these creatures will give to their Creator. For having had knowledge of the kingdom of my will, not a single good will descend from you, nor will a single glory rise again, if not by virtue of the sphere of my will placed in you. When I choose a creature for a mission, who must bring the universal good into the human family, I start by establishing and enclosing all the goods in my chosen one, which must contain in overabundance all the good that others must receive. Others may not even take all this good contained in the chosen creature. This is what happened in the Immaculate Queen, elected Mother of the Eternal Word and therefore Mother of all the redeemed. Everything they were supposed to do and all the property they were to receive was enclosed and fixed, as in the sphere of a sun inside the Sovereign Lady of Heaven, so that all the redeemed surround the Son of the Heavenly Mother and that, better than a tender mother, she only has to dispense her rays to her children, to nourish them with his light, holiness, and maternal love. But how many projected rays were not received by the creatures because, with ingratitude, they refuse to crowd around this Heavenly Mother? The chosen creature must therefore possess more than all the other together should possess. Just as everyone finds light in the sun, so that not all creatures take all the extension of light, nor the intensity of the heat. This is how it was for my mother. The goods it contains are so large and so numerous that, better than the sun, it spreads the beneficial effects of its vital and invigorating rays. So it will be for the one who was elected for the kingdom of my will. You therefore see how you will be rewarded for the sacrifice of your writings. First, the good of the ray of this knowledge is fixed in you. Then this good will descend through you into the creatures and, in exchange, you will see again rising in this light the glory of the good they will do. What joy it will be for you in heaven and how much you will thank me for the sacrifices I have asked of you. My daughter, when a work is large, universal, and entails many goods for all, great sacrifices are necessary. And the first elected must be ready to give and to sacrifice his life as many times as it contains goods. To give one's own life with these goods, for the good of other creatures. Isn't that what I did in the redemption? Don't you want to imitate me? After which I continued my round in creation, to follow the acts of the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, my daughter, before creating man, I wanted to create creation, which he had to use as a mirror, to reproduce in himself the works of the Creator. The copy of all the creation he was supposed to make in himself had to be such and such a great, that all the reflections of creation were to be seen in man as in a mirror, and all his own reflections were to appear in creation. Thus, one had to be a reflection of the other. God loved man more than creation. That is why he first wanted to create for him the mirror of his works where, by putting himself, man had to reproduce the order, harmony, light, and firmness of the works of the one who had created him. But the ungrateful man did not look at this mirror to copy it. That is why it is messy. His works are without harmony, discordant like someone's who wants to play an instrument without learning music, and which, instead of pleasing the listener, causes him inconvenience and discontent. The good he does is without light and heat, and therefore lifeless and fickle as the breath of the wind. Therefore, to the one who must live in my will, I ask to put oneself in creation, so that by browsing it, he finds the staircase that will allow him to ascend in the order of my will. I felt all abandoned in the supreme will, but torn apart by the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How I felt my poor soul torn to pieces! What a tear without mercy and without mercy! For he who alone can heal such cruel tears is far away and seems not to care about the one his love tears so cruelly apart. But as I was bathed in my suffering, I thought of my sweet Jesus who was going to come out of the womb of his beloved mother to throw himself into his arms. Oh! That I would have liked to hug him in order to form with him soft chains so that he could never leave me again. But thinking this, I felt my poor mind come out of myself. I saw my heavenly mother all veiled in light and the little child Jesus in her arms, fused into this light. But it only lasted a moment, and everything disappeared. And I stood there, more distressed than ever. But Jesus came back, and surrounding my neck with his little arms, he said to me, "My daughter, as soon as I came out of my mom's womb, I stared at her. I couldn't do less than look at her. Because the delightful force of my divine will, the sweet enchantment of the beauty and bright light of my Fiat was in it that overshadowed everything in my eyes. I remained fixed on the one who possessed my life by virtue of my divine Fiat. Seeing my life split into it, I was in a rapture and I could not detach my gaze from the heavenly Queen. For it is this same divine force that compelled me to fix it. My second look, I fixed it on who should do and possess my will. It was like two rings together. The redemption and the kingdom of my divine will, both inseparable. The redemption was to prepare, suffer, act. The kingdom of the divine Fiat had to fulfill and possess. Both of the utmost importance. That is why my gaze was fixed on the chosen creatures to whom the redemption and the kingdom were to be entrusted. For it was my will that was in them and that delighted my ward. Also, why fear if you have the gaze of your Jesus always fixed on you to defend and protect you? If you knew what it meant to be looked at by me, you would have no fear. I continued after that to think about the divine will. My ever-kind Jesus added, "My daughter, when our divinity formed creation, it made the divine will the main material of all things. This is how everything has had its form, its solidity, its order, and its beauty. And everything that the soul does with this main material, my will places in it a vital act, which gives to all things the form of solid, beautiful, and orderly works, each bearing the seal of the life of the divine Fiat. On the other hand, the creature who does not make my will and does not make it the main material of his works, this creature may do many things, but all of them will be messy, formless, without beauty, so scattered that she herself will not know how to gather them. It will be as if someone wants to make bread without having water. He might have a lot of flour, but since he has no water, he would miss life to be able to form bread. Another would have a lot of stones to build, but he would lack the mortar to assemble them. So he will have a pile of stones, but never a house. These are the works formed without the main material of my will. They only annoy, clutter, disturb. If the soul does any good, it is only in appearance. By touching them, we find them fragile and empty of all good. I was as usual all abandoned in the divine will to follow his actions. But as I did that, I thought, my beloved Jesus has silenced himself. Even of his kind will he speaks so little, as if he no longer wants to say anything about it. Who knows if he has not set limits and will not stop talking about even his Fiat? That's when he was seen inside me, like a little child dressed in light, in the middle of a field, which was taking light from its own breast, to sow in this field a multitude of small drops of light, in silence, and applying oneself to his task. And seeing that I was still amazed, he said to me, "My daughter, everything you think now, you thought so when you were writing the 16th volume believing that I was going to stop talking about my will. But I wasn't doing then. That's so the field of your soul with those drops of light, which have germinated and fertilized in your field, where these little lights turned into suns. These suns are the many and surprising manifestations that I have made known to you so far on my will. Oh! How beautiful is the field of your soul! Covered with these suns, each more beautiful than the next. It turned into a divine field. The whole of heaven was in love with this field. And everyone looking at him felt his happiness redouble. Now, the one who has planted has the right to harvest. And since this harvest is divine, I have the right as the owner to harvest and sow again. And that's what I do. Don't you see how much I try to throw seeds of light into this field so that the new sons of knowledge about my will may come out of it? Work produces silence, and my silence is warmth, maturation, and fecundity. To turn small grains of light into brighter suns. I always work in you, one way or another. The work of my divine will is long. That's why I'm always busy and I always give you something to do. Therefore, let me do it and follow me. I felt the full weight of Jesus' silence. I felt exhausted and ready to fail. I thought to myself, why does this knowledge about the divine Fiat require so much work and sacrifice? And Jesus, coming back to me, hugged me very tightly to comfort me and added, my daughter, if I wanted to work all eternity to manifest a single knowledge about my divine will, it would not be enough. For the value of only one of this knowledge is such that if you wanted to make a comparison, the starry sky, the sun, the sea, the land and the whole creation has less value than a single knowledge. For the value of my knowledge is immense, infinite, and limitless. Where it arrives by leaving us, it generates and multiplies to infinity the good and the light it contains. My knowledge is the true regenerator of the divine life. Creation, on the other hand, does not contain immense virtue and is limited. That is why I spare myself no pain or sacrifice, for I know its value and the place where I lay it down becomes for me my divine field, my throne, my altar. My love is so jealous that I never leave this field unoccupied and I always work to make it attentive to me. That is to say, that instead of a single manifestation on my divine will, you are more than a starry sky, dotted with sons of his knowledge. Think about that, my daughter. And appreciate such a great good, a seed so fruitful in the field of your soul. I continued my actions in the divine will. As it was dawn, I said to my kind Jesus, your will envelopes everything. And, oh, how much I would like that like a sun that rises and clothes the whole earth with light. The sun of your will rises in the intelligences, in the lyrics, in hearts, in the works and footsteps of creatures, so that everyone feels the sun of your Fiat rising in her end. So that, clothed by his light, they may all let him dominate and reign in their souls. In the meantime, my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, there are two characters in the soul. One is human, the other divine. The divine descends from unity. And the soul, in order to receive this divine character, must live in the unity of my will. In this unity, when the soul forms its acts, they rise in the unity of his Creator. In this unique act of God. As in God himself only one act is formed, the light of this one act descends to earth, where's all creatures end, embracing all things, gives each one the necessary act by multiplying to infinity the multiplicity of all possible and imaginable acts. Therefore, when the creature performs its deeds in this unity, they acquire the divine character's end. The divine act being a single act, they encompass all acts. Oh! How beautiful it is to do everything with one act! God alone possesses this virtue so powerful that with a single act he can do everything. Embrace and operate all things. What a difference between divine character and human character! The human character performs acts and works in large numbers, but the creature always remains encircled in its acts that seem to have no light to extend and spread everywhere. They have no feet to move and stay where they were made, and whatever the creature can do, its actions are counted, restricted. The character of the human modus operandi is easily nullified and has no seeds of fecundity. That is why it is so different from that of the divine unity that operates in it. That is why I want the soul to live in the unity of my will, so that it may acquire the divine characters that are indelible and eternal, that spread themselves as a light, extend, multiply, give themselves to all and even have primacy over all other acts. If you knew the pleasure that the divinity can have in seeing you so small. Rise to the unity of the one divine act that never stops. Unite your actions with our single act. Give us your deeds and we ours so that we imprint in you the character of our unique act. It's a party for us. We then experience the happiness and joy of having created creation. Also, in order to be more attentive, you must be convinced that living in the divine will is a party which can bring the creature to its creator. And the more acts you perform in our will, the more you renew our joys and our happiness. By bringing all creation into our midst, you give us the glory in exchange of love for which we created it. I felt all abandoned in the divine will. His light clothed me entirely, and I was making my rounds in his deeds when my adorable Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, my will is immense, and by bringing the creatures into the light of day, my will kept them in her as so many small dwellings where she was to, by right, reign and see the development of her life. But while in her goodness and liberality she gave the space and everything necessary to form in her little dwellings, the creatures, with horrible ingratitude, refused to grant my divine will the right to dwell in them. And within it as many formed dwellings as creatures, my will has the pain of not having dwellings, for the creatures do not want to let it in. For my will, it is as if they want to form many dwellings in the sea or in the light of the sun, that the sea and the sun provide them with space, and that they then refuse to let water and sunlight reign and have the first place in these dwellings. If the sea and the light were endowed with reason, they would feel such pain that the sea would cover these dwellings with its waves to destroy them and bury them in its bosom. And the sunlight would have reduced them to ashes by its heat to get rid of those unworthy mansions that had closed their doors to him. And yet, the sea and the sun had not given them life, but only space. My divine will, on the other hand, gave life and space to the dwellings of these creatures in her. For there is no place where she is not and no life that does not come out of her. That is why the pain of my will is immense and incalculable when a creature refuses to let it reign and she feel these lives throb in her, form the same heartbeat and stay outside as a stranger, as if these creatures did not concern her. Is such a great affront and monstrosity, that the creatures who refuse to let my will reign in them would deserve a life sentence and destruction. My daughter, not doing my will may seem like a trifle in the eyes of creatures, but it's such a great evil and such a black ingratitude, that no other evil resembles him. After which I continued my round in the divine Fiat and, having reached the point where God created man, I said to myself, why did he take so much pleasure in creating me? He wasn't like that for all the other things he created? And my beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, in creating all of creation with so much order and harmony, we have given of ourselves without having to receive anything from it. On the other hand, by creating man and giving him of ourselves, we gave him the ability to give us back our gifts as his own, so that we must always give, so that it must constitute a kind of competition between him and us. We give and he receives. He gives us and we give him in overabundance. This competition between the creator and the creature to give and receive marked the beginning of celebrations, games, joys, and a conversation between the creator and the creature. Thus, seeing the smallness of the creature celebrating with our supreme majesty, playing, rejoicing, conversing with us, we felt such joy, such intensity of love for having created man, that everything else of the created seemed to us little compared to the creation of man. And if all created things seemed to us beautiful and worthy of our works, and if our love poured into them, it was because they were to serve to fill man with gifts, and we expected from him an exchange of love for all created things. All our joy and glory were centralized in man. And in creating him, we put between him and us a harmony of intelligence, a harmony of light, a harmony of words, a harmony of works and steps, and in the heart a harmony of love like so many electric lines of harmonies through which we descended into him, and he rose to us. That's why we took so much pleasure in creating man. And if the suffering he caused us by withdrawing from our will was so great, it was because he broke these harmonies, changed our feast into suffering for us and for him, destroyed our greatest purposes, and distorted our image that we had created in him. For our divine will possessed the virtue of keeping our works beautiful with all the harmonies desired by us. Without them, man is the vilest and most degradable creature in all of creation. Also, my daughter, if you want to harmonize all your senses with us, never come out of my will. If you always want to receive from your Creator and open with us the celebrations, may my will alone be your life and your whole. I continue my surrender in the divine will with the almost continual torture of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh! My God! What terrible suffering! Oh, how much I mourn my past, his sweet smile, his affectionate kisses, the sweetness of his voice, his delightful and enchanting beauty, his chaste embraces, the tender palpitations of his heart that made mine throb with so much love, which divinized me and transformed his life in me. Every act of Jesus, every word and every look was one more paradise that he formed in his little daughter. And now their memories are wounds, sharp stingers, burning arrows of intense pain, martyrdom and continual death. But that's not all my suffering. Perhaps my pain could have been a consolation to me if it had made it clear to me that my love for the one I loved and who had loved me so much was the cause of my torture. But even this was not granted to me, for even as the wounds begin to bleed, the stingers are thrown and the arrows burn me, the light of the divine will flows into all this and, eclipsing all the strength of my painful martyrdom, it makes peace, happiness and a beneficent dew flow into my soul. Thus, I cannot even have the good to suffer for such a great loss. Oh! If I could weep as before, I believe that my great good, Jesus, would soon return. But that is not in my power. I am in the power of the divine Fiat who leaves no void in me and wants to reign even over my pain of the deprivation of Jesus. I was thus swimming in the two seas, the suffering of being deprived of Jesus and the sea of light of the divine will, and one seemed to merge into the other. I continued my round and stopped at the creation of man, and my sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, in creating man, our divinity centralized everything in him, as if we had done nothing in the rest of creation. We put everything aside to take care of him only. Our love touched to excess. We kept looking at it to see if it was beautiful. If our beauty was reflected in him. Our divine being descended upon him in torrential rain, and do you know what was raining? Holiness, light, wisdom, grace, love, beauty, and strength. And as we poured out this rain, our gaze was fixed on the man to see if all our qualities were well centralized in him so that nothing was missing for him to love and be loved. His beauty delighted us, his love enveloped us, all our qualities placed in him resonated in our divine being to bind us and bring us to him. What a solemn and unforgettable moment! What a transport of love in the creation of man! All our divine qualities overflowed and celebrated his creation. And at the crowning of our feast, our joy and our happiness, impelled by our love, we have given him all things, the constituent king of all creation, so that we can say to ourselves as well as to him, "We are kings and masters." King and master is the work of our hands, the dear son born of the outpouring of our love. It would have been unseemly and against all propriety for us to make our son a servant, different from us in likeness and reign. Would it not be inappropriate and unworthy for a king to make his son a vile servant, to install him elsewhere than in a royal palace, in a poor hut? This king would deserve everyone's blame and would be considered not a king, but a tyrant. Moreover, our birth came out of the depths of our divine love and we therefore wanted decorum and the seal of royalty in our work. But our love was broken by man. By withdrawing from our divine will. It was he himself who removed the seal of royalty and the royal garment. But on our side, nothing had changed and we persisted in our will. To make the work of our hands a child king, not a servant. That is why, throughout the history of creation, we return to the assault and to the fulfillment of our will. We call a creature of this offspring. Putting everything aside as if nothing else existed, we renew the solemnity of the creation of the first man. The enthusiasm of our love forms the highest waves and makes us see only love. And placing this creature in these waves, although our omniscience sees everything, we put everything aside and we renew with this creature the great prodigy of the first act of creation. That is what we did with the sovereign queen. And having not broken our love and keeping the life of our divine will, she holds the title of queen. Oh! How delighted our love is to see in her the first queen of the work of our creative hands. But our love wasn't just about having only one queen, nor was it our will in creation. That's why our love overflowed with force. Letting out the waves that are in him, he calls Luisa. He centralizes in it all the work of creation. It rains on it a torrential rain. He covers it with his divine qualities in order to have a second daughter queen to form the foundation of the kingdom of our will, and to be able to make the succession of our children queens and kings. That is why I put everything aside to operate in you the first act of creation. My love forms for me the enchantment. As I look at others, he makes me keep my eyes fixed on you and it rains on you all that is necessary to form in you the kingdom of my divine will. I act like a father who, having placed other sons in marriage, and having another to marry, does not think of those before or after but, putting all the others aside, he thinks only of the one he is about to establish in marriage. And if the son is good, and the one he has chosen is worthy of him, the father does not look at the expense. He endows him with great riches, prepares for him a luxurious home. In short, he shows all his paternal love. That's what I do when it comes to realize the purpose of creation, which is the kingdom of my divine will among creatures. I spare myself nothing for the one I call first. I centralize everything in her, knowing that everything will go back as a legacy to those who will succeed her. I followed the deeds of the divine will and thought, oh! As I would like to participate in the first act of God. To do everything in one act and to be able to give to my Creator all the love and all the glory, His beatitudes, and its infinite joys. To be able to glorify Him as He loves and glorifies Himself. What would I not give Him if I were in the first act of the divine Fiat? Nothing would fail me to make my Creator happy with His very happiness. And seeing myself helpless, I prayed to my Sovereign Mother to come and help me, and to place me with her maternal hands in this first act where she had had her eternal abode. For by living in the divine will, God's first act belonged to Him. She could give Him everything He wanted. But thinking that, I thought, what nonsense I can say. But my kind Jesus, manifesting Himself in me, said to me, my daughter, the Queen of Heaven, in her glory and greatness, is in solitude. Because having been alone to live in the first act of God, that is, in the fullness and totality of the divine will, she is an isolated queen. She does not have a procession of other queens who surround her and equal her in glory and grandeur. The Queen of Heaven is in the condition of a queen who, surrounded by servants and pages, faithful friends who honor and accompany him, does not, however, have a single queen who is his equal, to give him the great honor of surrounding him and keeping him company. What honor would be the greatest for a queen of the earth, that of being surrounded by other queens equal to herself or by people of inferior condition in glory, grandeur, and beauty? There is such a great distance of honor and glory between a queen surrounded by queens and the one surrounded by other people, that comparison is impossible. But the heavenly mom wants, desires and awaits the kingdom of the divine will on earth, where there will be souls who, living in the divine will form their lives in the first act of God, will acquire royalty and the title of queen. Each will see imprinted in her the character that makes her a daughter of the divine will as they are her daughters. The title and the right of queen awaits them. These souls will have their home in the divine royal palace. They will therefore acquire the nobility of manners, works, steps and words. They will possess a science that no one will match. They will be dressed in such a light that this light itself will announce to all that they are queens who have inhabited the royal palace of my will. Thus, the sovereign queen will no longer be alone on her royal throne. She will be surrounded by the other queens. Its beauty will be reflected in them. His glory and greatness will find in whom to spread. Oh! How honored and glorified she will feel! That is why she desires those who want to live in the divine Fiat, to make them queens in his first act, in order to have in the heavenly fatherland the procession of the other queens who will surround him and give him the honors due to him. After which, I thought, what will these writings about the divine be used for? Will? And Jesus, my greatest good, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, all my works support each other. The sign that they are my works is that one does not oppose the other. They are so connected to each other that one relies on the other. This is so true that after forming my chosen people, from whom the announced Messiah was to be born, I formed the priests in this same people, to instruct and prepare for the great good of the redemption. I gave them laws, demonstrations, and inspirations, which constituted the Holy Scriptures, which are called the Bible, and everyone applied themselves to studying it. That is why with my coming to earth, I did not destroy, but rather supported the Holy Scriptures. And my announced gospel was in no way opposed to the Scriptures. The two supported each other admirably. I was the nascent church and the new priesthood that do not stand out, nor of the Holy Scriptures, nor of the gospel. They were carefully studied to instruct the people. And it can be said that anyone who does not want to draw on this beneficial source does not belong to me. For it is the foundation of my church and the very life that forms the people. Now what I manifest on my divine will and that you write can be called the gospel of the kingdom of the divine will. He is in no way opposed to the Holy Scriptures, nor to the gospel that I proclaimed when I was on earth. In fact, it can be called the support of both. That is why I allow and ask the priests to come. Let them read the gospel of the kingdom of my divine Fiat so that I can say to them as to my apostles, "Go into the whole world to preach the gospel, for I use my priests in my works." And just like I had priests before my coming to prepare the people, and the priests of my church to confirm my coming and all that I have said, I will also have the priests of the kingdom of my will. Behold, this is what will be used for all the things I have manifested to you, all surprising truths, and the promises of so many goods that I want to grant to the children of the Fiat23, may your will be done. It will be the gospel, the base, the inexhaustible source from which everyone will come to draw celestial life, earthly happiness and the restoration of his creation. Oh! How happy will be those who will come avidly to drink in great sips from these sources of knowledge! For they have the virtue of bringing life from heaven and banishing all sorrow. Hearing this, I was thinking of the great controversy taking place in Messina concerning the writings of the divine will, a controversy caused by the blessed memory of Venerable Padre de Francia. Me and my superiors who absolutely want to keep these writings here, and the superiors of Messina, rigorously recommended by the Venerable Father before his death, who want to keep them there for publication when God wills. And therefore, nothing happens, except fiery letters on both sides. They who want to keep the writings, and we who want to take them back. I felt worried, upset and tired, and I thought, how can Jesus allow all this? Who knows if he doesn't dislike it too? And he, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, you're worried because of that. But I'm not at all, and I'm not upset. On the contrary, I rejoice to see the interest that priests are taking in these writings that will form the kingdom of my will. This means that they appreciate its great good and that everyone would like to keep such a great treasure for himself in order to be the first to communicate it to others. And as the controversy continues, we consult with each other to find out what to do. I am glad that my other ministers are learning of the great treasure of making known the kingdom of my divine will. I use this to train the first priests of the coming of the kingdom of my Fiat. My daughter, it is very necessary to train the first priests. They will be useful to me as my apostles were in forming my church. And those who will work to publish these writings to make them known will be the new evangelists of the kingdom of my supreme will. And since those who are named most often in my gospel are the four evangelists, for their greatest honor and for my glory, this will be the case for those who will work on the writing of the knowledge of my will and its publication. Like new evangelists, their names will come up more often in the kingdom of my will. For their great honor and for my greatest glory to see the return to my bosom of the order of the creature, the life of heaven on earth, which is the only reason for creation. Therefore, through these circumstances, I enlarge the circle and, like a sinner, I take into my net those who are to serve me for such a holy kingdom. Also, let me do it and don't think about it anymore. I was doing my round in the divine Fiat. I wanted to sweep everything, heaven and earth, so that everything has only one will, one voice, one heartbeat. I wanted to animate them all with my voice so that everyone could say with me, "We want the kingdom of your will." And I wanted to get that, to be the sea and make the waters speak, the sun to give my voice to the light, the sky to animate the stars, and make everyone say, "Let your rain come, let your Fiat be known." I wanted to penetrate into the celestial regions to say to all the angels and saints, and to the Heavenly Mother herself, "Adorable Trinity, hurry up, don't wait any longer. We beg you, hurry. May your will descend to earth. Make it known and reign on earth as in heaven." I was doing this and many other things that it would take too long to put on paper, and I thought, and why do I put so much emphasis and haste on it, to the point that it seems to me that I can do nothing else if I do not ask for the reign of his Fiat on earth. And my beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, if you knew who presses you, which makes you insist so much, you would like to stir everything to ask for life, the kingdom of my will on earth. And you would be amazed. And me, tell me, who is this, my love?" And he, all tenderness, added, "Do you want to know? It is my will itself that urges you to do this. Because she wants to make herself known, she wants to reign. But she wants the insistence of her little girl who, pressing it in every way, calls him with all, by the most powerful means, to come to earth. Your insistences are a sign and an image of the size and infinite haste of my will that wants to give itself to creatures. And when you want to stir everything, my will would also like set everything in motion, the sea, the sky, the sun, the wind, the earth, that everything may impel creatures to recognize, receive, and love it. And as soon as she feels desired, it will break the veils of all things created. And like a queen and a mother who languishes after her children, she will come out of the bosom of the created things where she was hiding, to reveal himself, to embrace his children and to reign among them, by giving them benefits, peace, holiness, and happiness. After which, long days of deprivation of my sweet Jesus passed. I felt tortured, exhausted, so that after trying to write down what he had told me in recent days, I felt unable to do so. And he, seeing that I could not, and before the great efforts I was making to write, came out of the depths of me, like someone who wakes up after a long sleep and, in a merciful tone, he said to me, "Poor girl, courage. Do not martyr yourself. It is true that the martyrdom of my deprivation is terrible. If I didn't support you internally, you would be unable to bear it. Especially since the one who martyrs you is my divine will, immense and eternal, and whose smallness feels the weight and immensity that crush you. But know, my daughter, that she has a great love for her little girl. And its light therefore wants to restore not only your soul, but your body. She wants spray it, animate its dust atoms with its light, its heat, and Remove all that there may be of seed and disposition from the human will so that everything in you, your body as well as your soul, may be sacred. She does not want to tolerate anything in you, even an atom of your being, that is not animated and consecrated to my will. That is why your harsh martyrdom is nothing but the consumption of what does not belong to him. Don't you know that the human will is the desecration of the creature? When it has its smallest ways, its smallest entries into the creature, the human will desecrates the holiest, most innocent things. My will made man his sacred and living temple, where he wants to place his throne, his home, his regime, his glory. When the creature grants the smallest entry to the human will, then my will sees that its temple, its throne, its abode, its regime, and its very glory are desecrated. My will therefore wants to touch everything in you, even my own presence, in order to see if his reign is absolute over you and if you are happy that she alone dominates and occupies the first place in you. Everything in you must be divine will, so that she can say, I am sure of her, she did not refuse me anything, not even the sacrifice of the presence of her Jesus whom she loved more than herself. Therefore, my kingdom is safe. Hearing this, I felt comforted by his presence, and at the same time filled with bitterness by his words. And in my pain, I said to him, My love, does this mean that you will no longer come to see your poor little exile? And how will I do it? How can I live without you? Jesus. No, no. Also, where do I have to come from, if I am inside of you? Be at peace, and when you think about it the least, I will reveal myself to you, for I do not leave you, but rather stay with you. I continued my round in the supreme Fiat. Arriving at the deeds performed by my beloved Jesus in the redemption, I tried to follow step by step all that he had done with so much love and sorrow. And I thought to myself, Jesus once told me that he loved me so much, that he made me the owner of his works, his words, his heart, his steps, and his sufferings, and that not one of his acts had been performed without having given it to me. Only Jesus could and wanted to do this, for he loved in God. Creatures, on the other hand, give external goods, the riches of the earth. But none gives their own life. Which means it's a creature love, a finite love. I thought then, if this is true, my kind Jesus should call me when I am about to perform his actions in order to entrust them to myself. And he, manifesting himself in me, said to me, My daughter, you must know that the redemption contained the kingdom of my divine will, and that all the acts I performed contained the two kingdoms. With this difference that I donated the acts that concerned my redemption by manifesting them openly. For they were to serve as preparation for the kingdom of my divine will. On the other hand, I kept in me, as suspended in my divine will, the acts related to the kingdom of my divine Fiat. Now, you must know that when our divinity decides to manifest outwardly a work or a good, we first choose a creature where to deposit our work. Because we don't want what we do remains in a vacuum and without effect. Nor that no creature is the custodian of our benefits. That is why we are calling for at least one. If other ungrateful creatures refuse to receive our blessings, there is at least one in whom our works can be deposited. And when we are sure of it, we get to work. In the redemption, the custodian of all my deeds was my inseparable mother. It can be said that when I was going to breathe, cry, pray, suffer and do all that I did, it was she whom I called first to receive my breaths, my tears, my sufferings, and all my other acts that I deposited in her. After which I breathed, cried, and prayed. It would have been unbearable for me, and a greater suffering than all the others, if I had not had my mother in whom to file my deeds. And like all acts of redemption contained those of the kingdom of the divine will, I was already calling you. I deposited in the sovereign Queen of Heaven all the acts of redemption. I deposited in you those who concerned the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. That's why I want you to follow me step by step. And if I cry like a little baby, I want you near me to give you the gift of my tears, by which I have implored the great gift of my divine kingdom for you. If I speak, I want you near me to give you the gift of the word of my will. If I walk, to give you the gift of my steps. If I work, to give you the gift of my works. If I pray, give you the gift of my prayers and ask you for the kingdom of my divine will for the human family. If I do miracles, to give you the gift of the great miracle of my will. And therefore, if I give sight to the blind, I remove the blindness of your human will to give you the gift of the sight of my will. If I return hearing to the deaf, I give you the gift of hearing my will. If I give the floor to the mute, I release you from the inability to speak of my will. If I straighten the leg of the lame, I straighten you in my will. If I calm the storm by ordering in the wind, I order to the wind of your human will not to shake the peaceful sea of my will. In short, there is nothing that I do or suffer without donate it to you, and lay in you the kingdom of my divine will so loved and formed in myself. I had come to earth to restore the kingdom of my divine will in creatures. I have formed in myself, in my humanity this kingdom with so much love. This would have been for me the greatest suffering, if I should not be certain, as I was for the redemption, that at least one creature was to receive the restoration of the kingdom of the divine Fiat. And looking at the centuries as a single point, I found you, the chosen one, and until this day I directed you to lay in you my deeds, in order to dispose in you my kingdom, for the kingdom of my redemption. Even if I put everything safe in the heavenly queen. I did not spare myself. No fatigue. No suffering. No prayers. No grace. Not even death. In order to be able to give to all graces and abundant and sufficient resources, so that everyone can save and sanctify themselves. In the same way, although I put everything in safety in you, I do the same for the kingdom of my divine will. I spare myself nothing. Neither teachings, neither graces, nor attractions, neither promises, so that everyone can receive the great good of my will and find in overabundance the means and the help to live such a great good. I awaited with such love and impatience your coming to earth in time, that it is impossible for you to even imagine it. For I wanted to deposit all these outstanding acts performed by my humanity for the kingdom of the supreme Fiat. If you knew what a pending act performed by your Jesus means. Oh! As you would hurry to receive all the deposit of my deeds in order to give them life. For they contain so many divine lives. How hasty you would be to make them known. I read in volume 20 what concerns the divine will. I had the impression of seeing in these writings a living and pulsating divine life. I felt the power of light, the life of the heat of heaven, the virtue of the divine Fiat at work in what I was reading. From the bottom of my heart I thanked Jesus who, with so much love and benevolence, had allowed me to write it. I was doing this when my beloved Jesus, as if he himself was unable to contain the violent beating of his heart, came out of me and surrounded my neck with his arms, pressed me very hard against him to feel the burning palpitations of his heart. Then he said to me, "My daughter, you thank me because I made you write what concerns my will. A doctrine of the whole of heaven and who has the virtue of communicating the palpitation and all the heavenly life of my will to the one who will read these writings. My will pulsates among creatures, but his life is stifled by the human will. These writings will make his pulsations feel so strongly that the life of my will take the first place due to him. For it is the pulsation and life of all creation. The value of these writings is immense. They have the value of a divine will. If these writings were made of gold, the value of what they contain would far surpass them. These writings are suns printed in characters of a bright light in the heavenly homeland. They are the most beautiful ornament of the walls of the eternal city where all the blessed remain delighted and surprised when they read the characters of the supreme will. I could not do in those times a greater grace. By transmitting to creatures, through you, the characters of the heavenly homeland who will bring among them the life of heaven. That's why when you thank me, I say thank you too. To accept to receive my lessons and to make the sacrifice of writing under my dictation. When you were writing, it was my divine will that flowed the living virtue of its fiery, eternal, and life-giving palpitation that I imprinted in your characters. And you, as you reread them, feel all the celestial renewal imprinted in them. Oh! How difficult it will be for those who read these writings not to feel the pulsating life of my will, and not to go out, by virtue of its invigorating palpitation, from lethargy in which they are. These writings on my supreme Fiat, by the force of its light, will eclipse the human will. They will be a balm on human wounds, an opium for all that is earthly. Passions will feel dying. Their death will reborn the life of heaven among creatures. They will form the true heavenly army by proclaiming a state of siege of the human will with all the evils it engenders. They will make you stand up again. Peace. Lost happiness. The life of my will among creatures. The siege they proclaim will not hurt anyone. For it is my will that proclaims a state of siege of the human will so that it may stop tyrannizing poor creatures and leave them free in the kingdom of my will. It is for this reason that I have insisted so much to make you right. That I have placed you on the cross, and sacrificed. It was necessary. That was the most important thing. My will was the echo of heaven. The life from above that I want to form on earth. This is the reason for my continual refrain. Be attentive, don't miss anything. May your flights in my will be continual. After which I continued my round in the divine Fiat. I accompanied Jesus' sighs, tears and footsteps, all that had been done and suffered by him, saying to him, my love, Jesus, I place the army of all your deeds around you. And I put on your words, your heartbeats, your steps, your sufferings, and all your deeds of my I love you. And I ask you for the kingdom of your will. If you do not listen to me through the army of your actions that pray to you and urge you, what else can I do to get you to concede to me such a holy kingdom? In saying this, I thought, did my sweet Jesus have desires when he was on earth? And he, manifesting himself in me, he said to me, my daughter, like God, there is no desire in me. For desire is born in the one who does not possess everything. For those who own everything and who lack nothing, desire has no reason to exist. But as a man, I had my desires, for my heart fraternized in all things with other creatures. And making my own the desires of all, I longed ardently to give the creatures the kingdom of my divine will. If I desired anything, it was the kingdom of my will. If I prayed and desired in tears, it was only for my kingdom that I wanted among the creatures. For, being the holiest thing, my humanity could do no less that to want and desire what is most holy. Sanctify everyone's desires and give them what is the holiest, greatest, and most perfect good. What you do is therefore nothing but my echo which, by resonating in you, makes you ask for the kingdom of my will in each of my actions. That's why I make you present of each of my acts, of each of my sufferings, of each of the tears I shed, from every step I have taken. Because I love that you put on my every act by repeating, Jesus, I groan to you, and since I love you, give me the kingdom of your divine will. I want to that you call me in everything I do in order to make resonate in me the sweet memory in which my actions say, Fiat voluntas tua, may your will be done on earth as in heaven, so that seeing your smallness, the little girl of my will, echoing all my actions, arranging them as an army around me, I hasten to concede the kingdom of my will. I gathered all the acts of the divine will performed in creation, in the seas of the heavenly Queen. Those of my beloved Jesus, in sum, all the acts of the divine will out of itself. I recapitulated everything. To bring them before the Supreme Majesty. To give thus the final assault and compel her to give me her kingdom on earth. But when I did that, I thought, I'm little. I'm barely an atom. How can I bring the immensity of heaven, the multiplicity of stars, the vastness of sunlight, and the endless seas of my mother and Jesus? Isn't my little atom lost in the middle of so many great works? Believe that all heaven will smile, seeing my smallness want to use her last round in the divine will, for I am not only lost but annihilated by a single work of the divine will. My assault will therefore remain without effect and the heavenly court will perhaps laugh behind my back. I was thinking of this when my Jesus manifested himself in me and, with tenderness, he said to me, "My little girl, your smallness is so attractive that it awakens the attention of the whole of heaven to see what it wants and what it can do. Seeing great things accomplished by a great person does not attract attention and does not arouse joy either. But if this great thing is done by a small child, it awakens amazement and a surprise, such that everyone would like to see the work of this little girl. Which doesn't happen if an adult accomplishes the same thing. If you knew how much the gaze of the divinity and of the whole heaven remains fixed on you, seeing you in a hurry to gather all the works of the divine will, to launch an assault against the Creator, bringing his own weapons, to wage against him a holy war and force him to cede his kingdom to you. We can say that your eagerness to bring everything together is the true smile of heaven, the new feast that your smallness brings into the heavenly fatherland. And everyone is waiting for the assault of the little child. But do you know where the secret of your strength lies? In your smallness. In the fact that by losing yourself, here in the sunlight, there in the stars, here again in my seas and those of your mother, your atom doesn't stop. He frees himself and leaves in the field to finish his recapitulation of the works of the divine Fiat. All the secret is wrapped in my Fiat. He is the one who moves you, puts you on, gives you the rope to surround and to enclose all his deeds in you. To make my Fiat itself, thanks to your smallness, give itself the assault, in order to attract himself to reign over the earth. Is there anything that an atom animated by my will cannot do? Everything is possible for him. For his act then becomes an act of the divine will. This is enough to make all his acts a single act of the divine will that can say, everything belongs to me. And everything must serve me to bring down the kingdom of the divine Fiat to earth. After which I thought, what harm human will could have done to the poor creatures. That's why I abhor him, and I don't want to know it or look at it anymore, because it is too repugnant. And I was telling myself this when my beloved Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, the human will is in itself repugnant. But united with the divine will, it is the most beautiful thing that God has created. Moreover, nothing created by our divinity could cause nausea. United with ours, the human will had the continual movement, the good, light, holiness, beauty, and, with our continual movement that never ceases, she was the greatest prodigy of creation. Our movement purified her of any trace of filth. It was as for the movement of the sea which, thanks to its murmur and perpetual movement, keeps its waters pure and crystalline. Oh! If the waters of the sea were motionless, they would lose their purity and they would make themselves so repugnant that no one would want to look at them. Its waters would be so dirty and so full of dirt that the ships would be unable to cross the sea, and no one would want to make the fish of its putrid waters its food. The sea would be a burden on the land and would cause the contagion of all evils to human generations. On the contrary, and only thanks to his whisper and continual movement, what good does it not do to creatures? And although it hides a lot of garbage within it, it can by its whisper keep them buried in its depths. And the purity of its waters free of its dirt predominates. This is the case with the human will which, even more than the sea, if the divine movement whispers in it, remains beautiful and pure while all evils remain buried and lifeless. On the other hand, if my will does not whisper in the human will end, is not its first movement, all evils come back to life and make the most beautiful thing that God created the most horrible creature, to the point that it inspires pity. Human nature is another picture. United with the soul, she is beautiful, she sees, feels, walks, works, speaks and does not smell bad. But without union with the soul, human nature putrefies, stinks horribly and becomes horrible to see. It can be said that it has become unrecognizable. What is the cause of such a difference that makes it pass a living body to a lifeless body? It is the absence of the murmur of the soul, of its continual movement that has taken the direction of human nature. Such was the case of my will placed in the human will, like the soul whose life it was to receive, the continual whisper. That is why, as long as the human will remains united to my will, it is a prodigy of life and beauty. Separated from my will, she loses her legs, her hands, her word, her sight, her warmth and her life. It thus becomes so horrible, even more than a corpse, that it deserves to be buried in the depths of the abyss, because its stench is unbearable. Thus, whoever does not remain united to my will loses the life of his soul, can do nothing right, and everything he does is lifeless. I continued my round in the supreme Fiat and, having reached Eden, I said to myself, My Jesus, I make my own unity with your will in order to replace the unit lost by my father Adam when he withdrew from it, and to make up for all the acts that all his descendants have not performed in unity with your will. But when I said that, I thought, am I in the unity of the divine Fiat? If not, how can I replace the others? My speech then ends in words, not in fact. And my sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, My daughter, when Adam sinned, there was withdrawal of the unity of my will from both sides, man withdrew from my will, and my will has withdrawn from man. And by my withdrawal, the man lost my unit, all his property and all the rights that God had given him in creating him. For it was he who was the true deserter of the kingdom of my will. The deserter loses all rights and possession of his own property. Gold. My will has withdrawn from man, and because it is he who withdrew first, she can give herself again to the one who, withdrawing from the human will, returns to his kingdom. Like a new conqueror of this unity of my divine Fiat. Even more, an agreement has been made between you and the Godhead. My will gives you the great gift of its unity by calling you to the first act of creation. Not only do you receive it, but you give my will the gift of your own will. So there was an exchange on both sides, and not with mere words but with facts. So much so that my will informs you of all that concerns the great good you have received so that, knowing what you possess, you can enjoy his property, appreciate my will and ask for it for the human family. And you, having given your will, you don't want to recognize it anymore and his very memory terrorizes you. So it's right that you do your duty and make up for the unity lost by man since my will withdrew to the heavenly regions. Is not my will master to give itself again, provided that it finds the one who no longer wants to live by his human will? In addition, you should know that if my will was not in you, you would not be able to understand his heavenly language. It would have been for you like a foreign dialect, a light without heat, food without substance, and it would have been difficult for you to put it on paper to pass on to your brothers. All this is a sign that my will that reigns in you over all things is being done. Thoughts in your mind, words on your lips, beating in your heart. Like a master who knows that his student understands his lessons and likes to hear them. It was therefore necessary give you the gift of my divine will and give you the grace necessary to make yourself known and transcribe all the wonderful prerogatives of the kingdom of my divine Fiat. And this is also the reason why no one so far has spoken at length about my will to make the immense seas of good understood, which it contains, that she wants and can give to creatures. They barely said a few words about it, as if there was nothing to say about my Fiat. So long and, if extended, that it contains and embraces all eternity. For those who do not have the gift, the language that speaks, its importance and of the infinite goods it contains seems strange. Without knowing it in its depths, how could they speak of a divine will that contains so many things that all centuries would not be enough to talk about it? Also, my daughter, be attentive. And as you cross its sea, always take something new to make known to human generations. After which, I thought about the unity of the divine Fiat and I said to myself, how? All these creatures who have done good, so many works so great. How could they do them if they did not possess this unity? And Jesus, always benevolent, added, my daughter, all the good done so far by creatures has been done by virtue of the effects of my divine will. For there is no good that does not come from her. But no one so far, except my mother queen, has lived totally and only in her unity. That is why it attracted the great prodigy of the incarnation of the Word. If it had been, the earth would have returned to the state of earthly paradise. Moreover, the creature who would have possessed the unity of my will could not have been, nor contain it, nor resist the desire to talk about it. It is as if the sun had wanted to contain itself entirely in a crystal vase without spreading its rays. Wouldn't he have rather shattered the glass with its heat to be free to spread its rays? Own the unit of my Fiat and not talking about it, not to spread its rays and the beauty of its knowledge, this creature would have been unable to do so. Her heart would have burst if she hadn't been able to demonstrate in part the fullness of its light and the goods of my Fiat. That is why good has been accomplished by virtue of the effects of my divine will. This is what happens when the sun, by virtue of the effects contained in its light, germinates plants and produces so much good on earth. It seems that the earth and the effects of the sun collaborate to produce plants, fruits and flowers for creatures. But the earth does not rise to the sphere of the sun. If it did, the sun would have such strength that it would eliminate the dark part of the earth and would convert all the dust atoms of the earth into light. And the earth would become sun. But as the earth does not rise to him and the sun does not descend to the earth remains earth and the sun does not transform it into itself. It seems that the two look at each other from afar, help each other and work together thanks to the effects of the light that, from the heights of its sphere, the sun spreads on the earth. And although the earth receives so many admirable effects and produces the most beautiful blooms, there is always a great distance between the earth and the sun. The two are not alike, and the life of one does not become the life of the other. Therefore, the land does not know how to talk about the sun, nor say all the effects it contains, nor how much heat and light it possesses. This is the creature who does not possess the unity of my will. It does not rise to its very high sphere to become sun. And the divine sun does not descend to form the life of the creature. But in their desire to do good, creatures revolve around his light which communicates to him the effects for the good they want to germinate. Because my Fiat does not refuse anyone. And it awakens human nature to green and produce the fruits of good works. My poor mind seems to be fixed in the supreme Fiat. I feel like a little girl who, although she loves the magnificent lessons of her beloved master, always has 1,000 questions to ask him to have fun, to hear him speak and to learn other beautiful lessons. And when master speaks, she listens to him speechlessly because of all the wonderful surprises he gives her in his lessons. I am like a little girl revolving around the light of the divine will, who is more than a master. For I want to receive life from the beautiful lessons it gives to my little soul. And the divine will, because I am small, is delighted to satisfy me by giving me the surprises of divine lessons that I could never have imagined. And while I was thinking of the kingdom of the divine will whose reign on earth seemed so difficult to me, my beloved Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, when Adam sinned, God promised her a Redeemer to come. Centuries have passed but the promise has remained and generations have had the good of the redemption. I came down from heaven and formed the kingdom of redemption. But before I went back to heaven, I made an even more solemn promise, that of the kingdom of my will. It was in the Lord's Prayer. And to give it even more price and get it faster, I made this formal promise on the solemnity of my prayer, praying to the Father to bring his kingdom of the divine will to earth as well as to heaven. I put myself at the head of this prayer, knowing that this was his will and that this prayer being made by me, the Father would not deny me anything. Even more, I prayed with his own will to ask for something my own Father wanted. And after having prayed before my Father in heaven, certain that the kingdom of my divine will on earth would be granted to me, I have taught this prayer to my apostles so that they may teach it to the whole world and that everyone's cry may be heard. Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. I could not make a more certain and solemn promise. The centuries are for us only one point. But our words are deeds and deeds accomplished. My very prayer to Heavenly Father, "Come, let your kingdom come, let your will be done on earth as in heaven," it meant that with my coming to earth, the kingdom of my will would not be established in creatures. Otherwise, I would have said, "My Father, our kingdom that I have already established on earth, let it be confirmed and let our will dominate and reign." Instead, I said, "Come," which meant that he must come, and that the creatures must await him with the same certainty as they had for the coming of the Redeemer. Because my divine will is bound and committed by these words of the Our Father. And when my divine will binds, what it promises is more than a certainty. And as everything was prepared by me, there was nothing missing but the manifestations of my kingdom, and that is what I do. Do you believe that all these truths that I manifest to you about my Fiat are not there only to make a simple report to you? No. They are manifested to let everyone know that his kingdom is near end. That everyone knows its prerogatives, so that everyone can love and desire to live in such a holy kingdom, filled with happiness and all goods. Therefore, what seems difficult to you becomes easy by the power of our Fiat. For he knows how to overcome all difficulties and conquer all things as he wishes and whenever he wants. I was doing as usual my round in the eternal Fiat, and going through all of creation, I brought all the works before the divinity to pay him the most beautiful tribute and the great glory of all his works. But as I did that, I thought to myself, what glory do I give to my Creator by bringing him all his works? Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, "My daughter, by doing this, you bring us the joy of our accomplished works. For before creation, they were in us as if deposited in our will. We didn't have the glory, the joy of seeing our works formed and accomplished outside of us, as they were when we made creation. And when someone browses them, contemplates them and gathers them all around us to tell us how beautiful, perfect, and holy your works are, their harmony, their perfect order speak of you and tell of your glory. The joy and glory we experience from it is similar to ours as we stretch out the sky and form the sun with all our others works. Thus, creation is always at work. And she speaks to us through the little girl of our will. It could happen to you too. If you had decided in your will to accomplish a great number of beautiful works, thou shalt derive no joy from it at the moment. But your joy would begin when you would see your works realized and that a person who loves you often brought them to you to tell you, "See how beautiful your works are." Well, I'm like that. The rehearsals are my most beautiful surprises. I was following the actions performed by Jesus in the divine will while he was on earth. I followed the mother and child as they fled to Egypt, and I said to myself, how beautiful it must have been to see the little child in the arms of his divine mother. So small and carrying in itself the eternal Fiat, it contained all of heaven and earth. Being the creator, everything came out of him and everything depended on him. And the sovereign queen, transfused into Jesus' child by virtue of the same Fiat that animated her, formed the reflection of Jesus, his echo, his very life. How many hidden beauties they possessed! How many varieties of skies more beautiful than what we see on our horizon! How many brighter suns they contained! And yet, no one saw anything. Only 3 poor fugitives could be seen. Jesus, my love! I want to follow step by step my heavenly mother on her way. I want to animate the blades of grass, the atoms of earth and make you feel under your feet my I love you. I want to animate all the sunlight that illuminates your face so that it brings you my I love you, all the breaths of the wind, all its caresses to tell you I love you. It is I who, in your Fiat, brings you the warmth of the sun to warm you, the breaths of the wind to caress you, its whisper to talk to you and tell you. Dear little child! Make known to all your divine will. Bring her out of your little humanity so that she may reign and form her kingdom among creatures. But my mind was lost in Jesus and it would be too long if I wanted to say everything. Jesus, my only good, manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, my mom, and I were like twin children. For we had only one will that gave us life. The divine Fiat put our actions in common in such a way that the son was the reflection of his mother, and the mother the reflection of her son. The kingdom of the divine will thus had all its strength and ruled us perfectly. In our flight to Egypt, we were taking these regions through these regions by the divine will and we felt his great sorrow not to reign in the creatures. And looking back at the centuries, we felt the great joy of his kingdom that was to form among them. Oh! That your repeated refrains in the wind, the sun, the water, and under our feet. I love you, may your reign come, we arrived with joy on the wings of our Fiat. It is our own echo that we heard in you. We wanted nothing more than to see the divine will reign and conquer all. And since that time, we loved our little child, who didn't want and ask for anything other than what we wanted. I kept thinking about all that my sweet Jesus had done when he was on earth. He added, my daughter, when I came to earth, I looked at all ages, past, present, and future, to reunite in my humanity all that could be done good and good by all generations. To put the seal and the confirmation of the property. I didn't destroy anything good. I wanted to enclose him in me in order to give him the divine life. And by adding the good, which was missing and which I have accomplished to complete all the good of human creatures, I have transported myself on the wings of the ages to human creatures. To give each one my complete work. I have also gathered all the evils in order to consume them, and by the force of the sufferings and sorrows that I wanted to suffer, I lit the pyre in my humanity to burn all the evils, desiring to feel each suffering in order to revive the goods opposed to these evils, to revive the human generations to a new life. And since I, by forming all possible and imaginable remedies for all the redeemed, in order to dispose them to receive the great good of the reign of my will among them, I have accomplished everything, suffered everything, and consumed everything. You too need to prepare my kingdom for creatures. Encloses all that is good and holy, and by your sufferings, consume all evils. That the life of my divine will may be reborn among creatures. You must be my echo in which I must place the deposit from which the kingdom of my Fiat must rise. Follow me step by step. You will feel the life, the beating, the happiness of this kingdom. That I have in me and who wants to go out in order to rule among the creatures. And my love for this kingdom is so great that if I have allowed the enemy to enter the Garden of Eden, I will not allow him to set foot in Eden of the kingdom of my Fiat. Thus, I allowed him to approach me in the desert to weaken it and chase him away, so that he does not dare to enter it. Don't you see how much your presence terrorizes the enemy and puts him on the run so as not to see you? It is the force of my victory that precipitates him, and, feeling troubled, he flees. Everything is ready for the kingdom of my Fiat, it remains only to make it known. My poor mind still roams the endless confines of the supreme Fiat, and my poor heart suffers the torture of the deprivation of my beloved Jesus. The hours last for centuries and the nights are endless without him. And as the pain that falls on my little soul is divine, its immensity suffocates and crushes me, and I feel the full weight of eternal sorrow. Oh! Holy God! How can you take away from me this life that you yourself want me to have? How can you place me in the impossibility of living, and of living while dying, because the source of your life is not in me? Ah! Jesus! Come back, don't abandon me, I can't live without life. Jesus! Jesus! How much does it cost me to have known you? How many tears have you caused in my human life for giving me yours? Now I live suspended, I can no longer find my own life. Because with your stratagems, you stole it from me. I hardly feel yours, but I am as if torn by the strong eclipse of light of your will. So that for me, everything is over, and I am constrained. Resignation. To feel your life through rays of light. Reflections that your adorable will brings me. I can't go on like this. Jesus! Go back to the one who loved you so much and to whom you said you loved her. Now you have had the strength to abandon it. Come back once and for all and decide never to leave me again. But as I poured out my suffering, Jesus manifested himself in me. And lowering the light that eclipsed him, he stretched out his arms to squeeze me very tightly and said to me, "My daughter, my poor little one, courage. It is my will that wants to have the first place in you. But I don't have to decide not to leave you. My decision was made when you decided not to leave me. There was then a theft of life on both sides, on your side and mine, with this difference, that before, you saw me without the eclipse of the light of my Fiat that was inside me. Now that my Fiat wants to come to life in you. He split up when he came out of me. He has enclosed my humanity in his light and you now feel my life through the reflections of its light. How then can you fear that I will leave you? Now, you must know that my humanity has redone in itself all the acts rejected by the creatures and my divine will, by giving herself to them, wanted them to fulfill them. I redid them all and deposited them in me in order to form his kingdom, waiting for the right time to get them out of me and to deposit them in the creatures as the foundation of this kingdom. If I hadn't done that, the kingdom of my will could not have taken place among the creatures. Because I alone, God and man at the same time, was capable to substitute myself for man, to receive in me all the works that creatures were supposed to receive and fulfill, and to communicate them to them. For in Eden, the two wills, human and divine, remained in a kind of hostility. The fact that the human will was opposed to the divine will, and all the other offenses were the consequence. So I had to start by redoing in me all the acts opposed to the divine Fiat and make him extend his kingdom in me. If I did not reconcile these two opposing wills, how could I form the redemption? So the first act I did on earth was to restore this harmony, this order, between the two wills in order to form my kingdom. The redemption was like the consequence. I had to erase the consequences of the evil that the human will had produced. I gave very effective remedies to manifest the great good of the kingdom of my will. The reflections of the light of my will only bring you the deeds that my humanity contains, to make everything divine will in you. Also, be attentive, follow my divine will and fear nothing. After which I continued my round in creation, to pay to my Creator all the homages of divine qualities that contain all the things created and whose divine Fiat maintains life, since all came out of him. More than that, it is the first act of everything created. But as I did that, I thought to myself, the things created are not mine. How would I have the right to say, I offer you the tributes of sunlight, the glory of the sky studded with stars, etc.? And my ever-kind Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, he who possesses my will and lives in it has the right to say, the sun is mine, the sky, the sea, everything is mine. As they belong to me, I bring everything before the divine majesty to restore to her the glory that all things contain. In fact, isn't all creation the work of my omnipotent Fiat? Doesn't his pulsating life, his vital warmth, his incessant movement that moves everything, orders and harmonizes everything flow as if the whole creation were one act? Thus, for whoever possesses my divine will, life, the heavens, the sun, the sea, and all things created, are not foreign things to him. But all of them belong to him, just as everything belongs to my Fiat. For this soul, by owning it, is nothing other than a birth of my Fiat with rights on all his births. That is, on all creation. Therefore, this soul is truly entitled to say to its Creator, I offer you all the tributes of the light of the sun with all its effects, symbol of your eternal light, glory of the immensity of the heavens. And so on for everything else. Possessing my will is a divine life that the soul unfolds in its soul. Thus, everything that comes out of it contains power, immensity, light, and love. We feel in it our redoubled power which, by doubling ourselves, puts into action all our divine qualities. As they are his, the soul offers them to us in divine tributes. Worthy of this divine Fiat, this Fiat can and knows how to duplicate, to remind the creature of the first act of creation, which is, let us make man in our image and in our likeness. Jesus' privations are longer. I live only in the power of the divine Fiat which has constituted the life of my poor soul. It seems to me that my beloved Jesus, entrusting me to him, and he hides behind the curtains of its light, only to spy on me and see if I am still his adorable will. O God, how painful it is to dwell in an immensity of light and not knowing where to go to find the one that I like. Who trained me? Who told me so many truths, that I feel them in me as thrilling divine lives, that make me understand who is the one I want and that I can't find. Ah! Jesus! Jesus! Come back! What? You make me feel your heart beating in my heart and you hide? But as I unloaded my heart, I thought, perhaps Jesus does not find in me or in person the dispositions to receive the life of his other truths. And so that these lives do not remain in suspense, he remains quiet and hides. But I was thinking this when my most precious Jesus manifested himself as if to come out of me and said to me, my poor little girl, you are lost in the light and you do not know how to find the one you are looking for with so much love. Light forms high waves and are the barriers that prevent you from seeing me. But don't you know that it is I who am this light, this life, and this heartbeat that you feel in you? How could my will ever have its life in you, if your Jesus were not in you? He who paved the way for the development of my will in your soul? So, calm down. You should now know that anyone who must be a bearer of goods must centralize in itself all the fullness of this good. Otherwise, the good would not find the way out. Now that you must centralize in yourself the kingdom of my will, nothing must be missing, so that its light disposes you to receive all the truths necessary for the formation of his kingdom. If other creatures are not disposed to receive all the lives of the truths of my Fiat, I will not give you the ability to manifest them, as it happens so often. But to you who is the custodian, nothing must be missing. This is what happened with the Queen of Heaven, who was supposed to be depository of the incarnate word and give me to human generations. In her I have centralized all the property of the redeemed and everything that was suitable to be able to receive the life of a god. Why, my mom holds sovereignty on all creatures and on each of the acts and property of which they are capable, so that, if the creatures think holy, it is the channel of these holy thoughts and retains their sovereignty. If creatures speak, work or walk holy, the beginning of all this descends from the Virgin. It therefore holds the rights and sovereignty over words, steps, and works. There is no good that is done without coming down from her. Because, if it was the first cause of the incarnation of the Word, it is only right that it is the channel of all goods and that it holds the rights of sovereignty over all things. This is what happened also with me who, to be the Redeemer of all, was to contain in me all the goods of the redemption. I am the channel, the source, the sea from which all the goods of the redeemed come out. I possess by nature the right of sovereignty over all the acts of creatures and over all the good they perform. Our reign is not like that of the creatures who dominate and rule over the outward acts of other creatures, and not even on all their external acts. But of internal acts, they know nothing and do not have the right of sovereignty over these acts either. For the life, thought and speech of their dependents do not come out of them. On the contrary, it is from me that the life of all the inner and outer works of creatures comes out. Thus, above each of the acts of the creatures should be attached the act of the Heavenly Mother and mine who, as sovereigns, form them, direct them and give them life. I continued after that to follow my round in the divine will. Uniting with the unity that my first father Adam possessed before sin, my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, you didn't quite understand what unity meant. Unity means centralization and start of all the acts of creatures, past, present, and future. So before sin, when Adam possessed our unity, he contained in his thoughts the unity of all the thoughts of creatures, the unity of all words, all works, and all steps. I therefore found in him, in my unity, the beginning and end of all the acts of human generations. Adam, in my unit, contained everyone and possessed everything. Thus, you, my daughter, rising up to this unity abandoned by him, you take his place and put yourself at the beginning of all and everything. You contain within yourself the very acts of Adam with the continuation of all the acts of the creatures. Living in my divine will means, I am the beginning of all and it is from me that everything descends as everything descends from the divine Fiat. I am therefore the thought, the word, the work, and the step of each one. I take everything and bring everything to my Creator. It is understood that Adam had to possess and enclose the whole of humanity. If he had not withdrawn from our will and if he had always lived in our unity. That is why, if he had done that, human generations would have lived in our will. And therefore, A would have been the will. One unity. An echo of all, and everything being pooled. Each would have enclosed all things in himself. My flight into the divine Fiat is continuous. It seems to me that everything is over with Jesus and his communications. Especially since they are not in my power. If my Jesus is not kind enough to tell me something else, I will always remain the ignorant little one. Because without him I cannot continue and I am unable to write a single more word. So I have to get used to it and be content to live alone with the divine will that never leaves me. I also feel that she is unable to leave me, because I find her in me, outside of me and in each of my actions. With the immensity of its light, it lends itself to giving life to my actions. There's no point where I can't find it. Or rather, there is no point or space, in heaven as on earth, where the life and light of the divine will is not the first in the act of giving oneself to the creature. So I see that the divine will cannot leave me and that I cannot part with it. We are inseparable. She does not make me like Jesus her little escapades. On the contrary, if I do not make her the first act of my actions, she is sad and complains that his actions, his light, and his life do not have the first place in my acts. O divine will, how admirable, kind and unsurpassable you are! The more I go, the better I understand you and I love you. But as my poor spirit was lost in the Fiat, my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, my will is among creatures as the center of life. Like the human heart, my will can be called the queen of their nature. Because if the heart throbs, the mind thinks, the mouth speaks, the hands work and the feet walk. But if the heart stops beating, everything stops at once. For poor nature no longer has a queen and then lacks the one who governs and gives life to thought, to speech and to all that the creature can do. Thought is like the queen of the soul, the headquarters, the throne from which the soul deploys its activities, its life, its government. But if human nature wanted choke the palpitation of the heart, no longer use his queen to speak, think, and act, what would happen? Human nature itself would give death to all its acts, and that would be suicide. And if the soul wanted to stifle thought, it would no longer find any way through which to carry out its activities. Therefore, she would be like a queen without a kingdom and without a people. Gold. What the heart is to human nature and the thought to the soul, my divine will is to every creature. It is like the center of life, and in his incessant and eternal palpitation, it pulsates and the creature thinks. It pulsates and the creature speaks, walks, works. And the creatures not only don't think about it, but they suffocate it, they suffocate his light, his holiness, and some suffocate him so much that they make themselves the murderers of their souls. And my will on the earth below is like a queen without a kingdom and without a people. Creatures live as if they have no queen, no divine life, no government. Because the queen of their heartbeat is lacking in their nature, and the queen of thought to their souls. And as because of its immensity my will encompasses all creatures and all things, it is forced to live suffocated in itself because there is no one to receive its life, its act, its regime. But she wants to form her kingdom on earth. She wants to have her chosen and faithful people. Also, even if she dwells in the midst of creatures, she lives unknown and suffocated. But she doesn't stop. She does not leave the creatures to retreat to her celestial regions. But she persists in staying in their midst to make herself known. She would like to make known to all creatures the good she wants to do, his heavenly laws, his insurmountable love. Her heart pulsating with the light, holiness, love, gifts, peace, and happiness she wants for the children of her kingdom. This is the reason why his life and knowledge are in you, so that you may make known what the divine will means. And I take pleasure in hiding in my very will, in order to leave him all the space and development of his life in you. I was thinking of the divine will and thousands of thoughts invaded my poor mind. They looked like so many bright lights that rose to then unite with the eternal sunlight of this Fiat that never has a sunset. But who can say what I thought? I was thinking of all this knowledge that Jesus had told me about the divine will, and how each of them brings a divine life in the soul, with the seal of a rarity of beauty and happiness, but all distinct from each other, and that the divine will shares with the one who has the happiness to know and love it. Also, I thought to myself, a knowledge of more or less will make a big difference between one soul and another. And I was sad thinking of my deceased confessors who were so keen for me to write down what my beloved Jesus was telling me about the divine will. I was sad for Venerable Father de Francia who had made so many sacrifices. He had come from afar, had incurred expenses for publication, and just as it all was about to begin, Jesus called him to heaven. So, without having all this knowledge about the Fiat, they will not possess all the lives and rarities of beauty and happiness that this knowledge contains. But as my mind was lost in all those thoughts that it would be too long to expose to you, my sweet Jesus stretched out his arms in me and, spreading his light, he said to me, "My daughter, just as I have a hierarchy of angels with 9 separate choirs, I will also have the hierarchy of the children of the divine Fiat. It will have 9 choirs and they will be distinct from each other by the variety of beauties they will have acquired through the knowledge of my Fiat, both plus and minus. Thus, every additional knowledge of my divine will is a new creation that it forms in creatures. A new creation of happiness and inaccessible beauty. For it is a divine life. which flows into it and brings all the nuances of beauty of the one who manifests them. All the notes and sounds of joy and happiness of our divine being. Our paternal goodness discovers his life, his beauty, and his happiness to the point of creating his life within the creatures, and when they are not interested in knowing it, is it not right that they receive as an inheritance neither the beauty nor the sounds of our joys? They will only take what they have known. That is why there will be different choirs in the hierarchy of the kingdom of my divine will. If you knew what difference there will be between those who bring my knowledge from earth and those who acquire it in heaven. The former will have them in their own right as an inheritance. The nature of divine beauties will be seen in them and they will hear the same sounds of joy and happiness that their Creator forms for them and makes them hear. On the other hand, in the seconds, we will not see in them the nature of divine beauties and they will not have them in their own right as an inheritance. They will receive them as an effect of the communication of others, much like the earth receives the effects of the sun. But the earth does not possess the nature of the sun. Therefore, the souls who possess all the knowledge will form the highest choir and the other choirs will be formed according to what the creatures know. But all those who have acquired this knowledge, in whole or in part, will bear the noble title of children of my kingdom. Because this knowledge about my Fiat. For who has the happiness to know them? In order to make it his own life, have virtue. To ennoble creatures. To make flow in them the vital fluids of divine life. To raise them to their original origin. They are like the brush of the. Let us make man in our image and likeness which paints the image of the Creator in the creature. As for the souls who will have a little more or a little less knowledge, their nobility will not be destroyed. What happens will happen, for example, in a noble family that has many children. Some of them embark on studies. Others devote themselves to the fine arts. Therefore, the former rise higher, get more positions. High and more honorary. Because of their science, they also do more good in the people, which the other brothers do not. But although the former rise very high because of their sacrifices, this does not destroy the noble character of the other brothers, because they all have in them the noble blood of their father. That is why they are nobly clothed and behave with nobility in their words and deeds. The children of my Fiat will all be noble. They will lose the harshness of their human will, the wretched rags of their passions. The darkness of doubts and fears will be cast out by the light of my acquaintances who will plunge them all into a sea of peace. Therefore, your confessors who have moved on to the other life will be like the prelude of the children of my will. For the first has sacrificed so much and worked so hard to help the small field of your soul. And even if I told you then very little about my Fiat, because first I had to dispose of you there, it will be like the first herald, the sunrise that announces the day of the kingdom of my will. Your second and third confessors, who participated so much and knew much of the knowledge of my kingdom, and who made so many sacrifices, especially the third who wanted them so much to be known and who sacrificed himself so much by his writings. These two will be like the rising sun and taking its course to form the full light of day. Those who follow will be like the midday of the great day of my will. Depending on the interest they have had and will have, they will be placed. Some at the first hour of the day of my will. The others to the second or third, and still others in the middle of noon. And as for Father de Francia, with all his sacrifices, his desire to make known my will going so far as to begin its publication. Do you believe that his memory will be erased in this great work of my divine Fiat simply because I brought him to me in heaven? No, no. On the contrary, he will occupy the first place, because from afar he set out in search of the most precious thing that can exist in heaven and on earth. The act that will glorify me the most, which will make me the most perfect glory from creatures and from which they will receive all the goods. He set the stage for making my divine will known. This is so true that he spared himself nothing, neither sacrifices nor expenses. And although he did not finish the publication, he paved the way for one day my will to be known and could have his life in the midst of creatures. Who could ever make Fiat23 not the first to make known the kingdom of my will? And because his life died out, the publication would not be completed? Also, when this great work is known, his name and memory will be filled with glory and splendor, and he will possess the first act in such a great work, in heaven as on earth. In fact, why are we fighting to keep the writings of my divine Fiat? Because it was he who took the writings to have them published. Otherwise, who would have talked about it? No one. And if he had not made the importance and great benefit of these writings understood, no one would have been interested in them. My daughter, my goodness is so great that I reward justly and abundantly the good that the creature can do, especially in this work of my will to which I attach so much importance. What am I not going to grant to the one who works and sacrifices himself to secure the rights of my eternal Fiat? My profligacy will be so excessive that heaven and earth will be amazed. Hearing this, I thought to myself, if this knowledge contains so much good and if my sweet Jesus continues to reveal other knowledge about his Fiat to other souls, is it not to them that this great work will be attributed? And Jesus, hastening to manifest himself in me, said to me, No, no, my daughter. Just as it will be said that Fiat23 was the first propagator, your confessors the collaborators, it will be said that the little daughter of my will was chosen for a special mission and was the first custodian to be entrusted with such a great good. Imagine a person who made an important invention. It is possible that others will propagate, disseminate, imitate, and develop it, but no one will be able to say, I am the inventor of this work. We will always say, this is the person who is the inventor. This is what will happen with you. It will be said that the origin of the kingdom of my divine Fiat, the depositary, was the little girl of my will. My poor heart was bathed in the pain of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. I was worried about that. I was suffocated by suffering and I would have given everything to find the one who was the cause of my torture, to tell him my distress. I was thinking about this when my kind Jesus manifested himself in me. He said to me, My daughter, don't be afraid because of how you feel in your soul. Because it is nothing but my divine Fiat that works in you. It encloses all in you. All things and creatures. All centuries, past and future. So that the Supreme will may cast in you the seed of all that it has done in creation. In order to receive from you, for all his deeds, satisfactions and the exchange that the creatures owe him. Also, don't worry. For in every hour of your life are enclosed for centuries by my will. That who must have the first act in my will must therefore possess it originally in order to be able to develop its divine life. For all things start from a single point. It is from this point that they develop and spread in everyone. See, the sun itself has its first point, its center of light, its sphere. It is from this center that he fills the earth with light. So, follow my will and stop worrying. So I continued my round in the divine will and arrived in Eden. To unite myself with Adam before sin. While he possessed unity with the Creator. 2. To repeat my actions with him and to replace him in this unity when he lost it by falling into sin, I said to myself. Why didn't my beloved Jesus manifest to someone? The sublime state. The wonders that were exchanged between innocent Adam and his Creator. The oceans of happiness and beauty that were his. Everything was centered in him, everything started from him. Oh! If Adam's condition was known. If one knew his great prerogatives. Maybe everyone would want to go back to their origin, where the man came from. I was thinking of this when my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me, and in his goodness he said to me, My daughter, my paternal goodness manifests good only when it can be useful to the creature. If I don't see the point of it, what's the point of manifesting it? My tenderness for the story of the innocent man is very great. Just thinking about it my love rises, overflows and forms high waves seeking to pour out as it did on innocent Adam. My love suffers by not finding anyone to spread on. Because he can't find another Adam to receive him. An atom capable of giving me back his manifestations of love. Because my divine Fiat that was in him maintained this reciprocal correspondence of life between the infinite and the finite. My own waves of love come back to me without finding someone to pour on. I remain suffocated by my own love. That is why I have not manifested to this day the state of innocent Adam. And he said almost nothing about this blessed state. Because in his memory alone he felt himself dying of pain. And I felt suffocated by my love. Now, my daughter, I want to restore the kingdom of my divine will. So I see the usefulness of manifesting the state of innocent Adam. And that's why I often tell you about this sublime state. Because I want to repeat what I was doing with him. By virtue of my will, I want to elevate you to this first state of man's creation. What can the creature that owns my Fiat, the unity with it, give me? She can give me everything, and I can give her everything. So, being able to give what I manifest, my love does not suffocate under the waves, but spreads them outside of me. And seeing them reproduced in the creature, my love welcomes this end. Feels compelled to reveal what the creature does not yet know, for its usefulness and for its good. If you knew how much I like to give, how much my love rejoices when I see the creature willing to receive my possessions, you would be more careful to let me manifest my contained love. After which he fell silent. I felt overwhelmed in the divine will. Its wonders. What the soul can do by possessing its will, all this captivated me and I felt, as a child, dive into the sea of light of the Fiat, and swimming in this sea, I raised waves of light tinged with shades of various beauties that would pour into the bosom of my Creator. And the heavenly paternal goodness, seeing himself surrounded by the waves of his little child, sent his waves towards me. Oh! Supreme Will, how admirable you are! Kind and desirable more than life itself. You love me so much as you make me compete with my Creator. Want to make me the equal of the one who created me. But as my mind was lost in the Fiat, my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, he who possesses the unity of my will is master. To act and to do as much good as he wants, for he has within him the source of good. He has it at his disposal and feels in him the continual touch of his Creator, the waves of his paternal love, and he would feel too ungrateful if he didn't form his waves himself. Especially since it feels sinking in his soul, in its small sea, the immense sea of the one who created it. On the other hand, anyone does not have this unit, also does not have this source. He therefore needs, if he wants to do good, of divine liberality for every good act he wants to perform. It is almost act by act that he must ask for the grace to be able to do the good he wants to do. But for whoever possesses my unity, the property is converted into nature, and it is enough for him to want to act to find the source of the good in itself, and he acts. I continued to remain completely abandoned in the holy divine will by following as much as I could his innumerable deeds. For their multiplicity is such that I am often unable to follow or count them, and I have to content myself with looking at them, but without embracing them. His activity surpasses the human act in an incredible way. It is therefore not up to my smallness to do everything, but to do what I can and never to get out of the works of the divine Fiat. After which, as my poor spirit was lost in the works of the divine will, my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, our paternal goodness created man so that we could hold him on our lap too. That he is continually happy and may he be the perpetual joy of his Creator. And for that, we held him on our lap. And as our will was also to be his, it brought the echo of all our deeds into the depths of the man whom we loved as a son. And our son, hearing our echo, was the replicator of the acts of his Creator. What contentments did these acts not bring by the resonance of this creative echo that formed the order of our actions, the harmony of our joys and happiness, and the image of our holiness in the depth of our son's heart. How happy those days were for him and for us. But do you know what brought down from our knees this son we loved so much, the human will? She distanced him so much from us that he lost our creative echo and no longer knew anything about what his creator was doing. And we lost the joy of seeing our son happy to play on our paternal lap. And the echo of his will in him poisoned it and tyrannized him with the most degrading passions, making him unhappy to the point of inspiring pity. This is exactly what it means to live in our will. It is to live on our paternal knees, under our care, at our expense, in the opulence of our riches, our joys and our happiness. If you knew the satisfaction that is ours when we see the creature living on our lap, all attentive to the echo of our word, to the echo of our works, to the echo of our steps, to the echo of our love. In order to make it the breeder, you would be more attentive to ensure that nothing escapes you from our echo, in order to give us the pleasure of seeing your smallness be the replicator of the acts of your Creator. On which I say to him, my love, so to live in your will, you have to be on your paternal lap. We must not do anything, nor work or walk otherwise. How can we stay on your lap? And Jesus? No, no. You can do anything. Our immensity is such that everywhere we will find our paternal knees always ready to lend themselves to his actions, especially since what is done is nothing but the echo of what we do. After that, I felt worried about the writings about the divine will. And my sweet Jesus made himself seen in me, who took all the writings one by one in his hands. He looked upon them with love and tenderness, as if his heart was going to burst. He placed them in order in his most holy heart. I was amazed to see him show so much love for these writings that he jealously locked in his heart to be their guardian. Jesus, seeing my wonder, said to me, my daughter, if you knew how much I love these writings. They cost me more than creation and redemption themselves. What love and what work I put into these writings that cost me so much. The whole price of my will is in them. They are the manifestation of my kingdom and the confirmation that I want the kingdom of my divine will among creatures. The good they will do will be great. They will be like suns that will rise in the midst of the thick darkness of the human will. Lives that will drive out the death of poor creatures. They will be the triumph of all my works, the most tender, the most convincing narration, of the strength with which I love and have loved man. That is why I love them so jealously, that I want to be their guardian in my divine heart. And I will not allow a single word to be lost. What did I put in these writings? All overabundant graces. A light that illuminates, warms, and fertilizes. A love that. A truth that conquers. Attractions that captivate. Lives that will bring the resurrection of the kingdom of my will. That's why you have to appreciate them too. Give them the esteem they deserve, and love the good they will do. What I continued my abandonment in the Fiat. I felt all clothed in its endless light, and my adorable Jesus added, my daughter, when the soul decides to live in my divine will without giving life to its own, in order to be sure and to put the soul in safety, I tie it with chains of light. I do this so as not to take away his agency, a gift I gave him at creation. What I have given, I do not take back. Unless the creature itself rejects my gifts. I tie it with light so that, if she so wishes, she can get out whenever she wants. But then he has to make an incredible effort. For these chains of light clothe his deeds, and she feels in each of them the beauty, grace, and richness that this light communicates to them. This light truly charms and eclipses the human will in such a way that she feels happy and honored to be bound by such noble chains that bring him so much good. And she will long to have no more human life in her actions, so that the divine will takes its place. She will feel that way. Free and bound, but not forced. Spontaneous in his free will. Attracted by the great good she derives from it. In such a way that she will see her actions surrounded by many rings of light which, by forming chains, will transform it into this very light. And in each of his actions, The soul will emit so many beautiful and harmonious voices, similar to Argentine sounds, which, touching the ear of the whole of heaven, will make it known that my divine will is at work in the creature. I thought to myself, what difference was there between the Blessed Virgin and my kind Jesus, given that in both the divine will had its life, its kingdom? And my sweet Jesus, manifesting himself in me, said to me, my daughter, between me and the heavenly Queen, the will that animated us was one. But there was a difference between her and me. That one, a residence where sunlight enters from all sides so that light reigns everywhere. There is no place where light is not queen, so that this residence is the prey of light. She receives it continuously and lives only under her influence. 2. But the other residence has in itself the sphere of the sun. It therefore does not receive light from the outside, but possesses it internally. Isn't there a difference between the two? It is this difference that exists between me and my mom. It is the dwelling invaded by light. She was prey to this light, and the sun of my will was always given to him. Always he nourished her with his light. It grew in the endless rays of the eternal sun of my Fiat. On the other hand, my humanity possessed in itself the sphere of the divine sun, its source that never dries up. The sovereign queen drew from me the light that gave her the life and glory of a queen of light. For the one who owns a good can be called queen of this good. After which I continued my round in my divine Fiat. Arrived at the house of Nazareth where my kind Jesus had lived his hidden life. I said to him, in order to follow his actions, my love, there is not an act of you where my I love you does not follow you to ask through your deeds for the kingdom of your will. My I love you follow you everywhere. In the steps you take. In the words you say. In the wood you hammer by hammering the wood. You hammer the human will to destroy it. That your divine will may rise in the midst of creatures. My I love you flows. In the water you drink. In the food you eat. In the air you breathe. In the rivers of love that pass between you, your mother and Saint Joseph. In the prayers you make. In the fiery beating of your heart. In the sleep you take. Oh! How I would like to stay close to you. To whisper in your ear I love you, I love you. Ah! Let your reign come. And while I would have liked my I love you to crown all of Jesus' actions, he manifested himself in me and said to me, my daughter, my hidden life is long. For it was nothing but the call of the kingdom of the divine will on earth. I wanted to redo in myself all the acts that the creatures were supposed to do in my will. To present them then. And I wanted to do them again with my mom. I always wanted her with me in my hidden life to form this kingdom. 2 people had destroyed this kingdom of my divine Fiat, Adam and Eve. 2 others, me and the sovereign queen, had to do it again. So I was thinking first of all of the kingdom of my divine will. For the human will had been the first to offend my will by withdrawing from it. All other offences came second, as a result of that first act. The human will is the life or death of creatures. Their happiness or tyranny and their misfortune where it precipitates them. Their good angel, which leads them to heaven, or who turns into a demon and throws them into hell. All evil is in the will, as is all good. For it is the source of life in the creature, which can bring forth joy, happiness, holiness, peace, and virtue. Or to bring forth by itself the misfortunes, the miseries, the wars that destroy all the benefits. So I thought first of all of the kingdom of my will in my hidden life, which lasted a good 30 years. After which, during barely 3 years of public life, I thought of redemption. In forming the kingdom of my divine Fiat, I always had my heavenly mother by my side. My public life has passed at least physically without his presence. For the foundation of this kingdom destroyed by human will, I first had to constitute myself king of the kingdom of my divine Fiat. Secondly, to constitute the Virgin Mary, queen of this kingdom. So you can see that the kingdom of my divine will was to, by necessity, by reason and accordingly, to be formed first by my coming to earth. It would not have been possible to form the redemption if my heavenly Father had not received satisfaction for the first offensive act performed against him by the creature. The kingdom of my will is therefore formed. All that remains is to make it known. That's why I'm just following you. To present to you the acts that I have performed in the divine will. To accompany your actions so that the foundation of my acts flows into yours. And I make sure that your will has no life so that my will may be free. Brief. I act with you as with a second mother. Recalling all the acts performed with the Virgin to deposit them in you. Therefore, be careful to follow my will in all things. May everything be for the glory of God and the fulfillment of His most holy will.